Welcome to Bedtime Express, your gentle journey into peaceful sleep through the wonders of history. Tonight, we're embarking on a soothing 3-hour voyage through one of humanity's most beautiful periods, the Renaissance. Over the next few hours, you'll drift through the cobblestone streets of Florence with Michelangelo, witness Leonardo da Vinci sketching by candlelight, and stand beside Galileo as he discovers Jupiter's moons. We'll explore magnificent art, groundbreaking science, and timeless literature, all told in a calm, dreamy voice designed to help you relax and unwind. Before you fall asleep with this peaceful journey through history, please give this video a gentle like, share your thoughts in the comments below, and subscribe to Bedtime Express for more restful adventures through time. Ring the notification bell to never miss a new bedtime story. Now, settle into your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let your breathing slow and deepen. Allow the stresses of today to fade away as we begin our Renaissance journey together. Sweet dreams await, and the story begins now. The Renaissance. Close your eyes and let yourself drift back in time, back to a moment when the world was stirring from a long, deep slumber. Imagine Europe in the early 1300s, emerging slowly from what we now call the Dark Ages, like a flower pushing through the last frost of winter. The air was thick with possibility, with the scent of new ideas blooming like jasmine in the evening breeze. This is the story of the Renaissance, a word that means rebirth in French, though it began in the sun-drenched hills of Italy. It was not a single moment, but rather a gentle awakening that spread across Europe like morning mist, lifting from a peaceful lake. From the 14th century through the 17th, this Renaissance would touch every corner of human endeavor, art, science, philosophy, and the very way people understood themselves and their place in the world. Picture yourself now as a traveler in time, floating gently above the European continent as centuries unfold below you like the turning pages of an illuminated manuscript. You can see the great cities beginning to glow with new life. Florence with its red-tiled roofs, Venice with its shimmering canals, Rome with its ancient stones, ready to witness new glory. Feel yourself descending slowly, ready to walk these cobblestone streets and witness one of humanity's greatest transformations. The Renaissance was not merely about art and science, though these flourished like never before. It was about a fundamental shift in how human beings saw themselves, no longer just souls awaiting heavenly judgment, but complex, capable beings worthy of study, celebration, and infinite possibility. This was the birth of humanism, the revolutionary idea that human life, human potential, and human dignity were worthy subjects for contemplation and artistic expression. Imagine the quiet revolution happening in monastery libraries across Europe, where monks who had spent generations copying texts without questioning their contents suddenly found themselves wondering about the meaning behind the words. The ancient manuscripts they had preserved so faithfully began to speak with new voices, offering wisdom that seemed surprisingly relevant to their contemporary concerns. Aristotle's observations about the natural world, Cicero's thoughts on governance, Virgil's poetry about love and loss, all began to seem not like dusty relics, but like letters from wise friends separated only by the accident of time. In the trading cities of northern Italy, merchants who had grown wealthy through commerce with the East brought back more than silk and spices. They carried stories of ancient civilizations, fragments of forgotten knowledge, and most importantly, a new confidence in human capability. If these traders could navigate unknown seas, negotiate with foreign princes, and accumulate fortunes through wit and courage, what other limits on human achievement might prove illusory? The Black Death, which swept through Europe in the 14th century, paradoxically contributed to this awakening. Having witnessed the fragility of human life, survivors emerged with a keener appreciation for earthly beauty and a determination to make their brief time meaningful. Death was no longer an abstract theological concept, but a vivid reality that gave urgency to every creative act, every moment of love, every pursuit of knowledge or beauty. As we begin this journey together, let your breathing slow and deepen. Allow the stresses of the modern world to fade away, replaced by the wonder of discovery, the beauty of creation, and the gentle wisdom of centuries past. For the next 3 hours, you are not bound by the constraints of our time. You are free to explore an age when giants walked the earth, when Leonardo da Vinci sketched flying machines by candlelight, when Michelangelo carved David from cold marble, when Galileo first turned his telescope toward the stars. Feel yourself becoming part of this great awakening, this moment when humanity began to dream of possibilities that had never been imagined before. The Renaissance spirit lives not in museums or history books, but in the eternal human capacity for wonder, for growth, for the belief that tomorrow can be more beautiful than today. Tonight, as you journey through these centuries of human achievement, you join the countless generations who have found in the Renaissance proof that human beings are capable of creating miracles when they dare to dream beyond the boundaries of the possible. The Renaissance began in Italy, and there are reasons as gentle and natural as a river following its course to the sea. Italy in the 14th century was not yet a unified nation, but a collection of prosperous city-states, each one a jewel with its own character, its own ambitions, its own particular genius. Florence, Venice, Rome, Milan, Naples, these names roll off the tongue like poetry, and indeed, they would inspire some of the greatest poetry ever written. Let us begin our story in Florence, the city of flowers, in the year 1304. The morning mist is rising from the Arno River, and the city is awakening to what will become one of the most extraordinary periods in human history. The streets are narrow and winding, lined with buildings that seem to grow from the earth itself, their stones warmed by centuries of Tuscan Sunday. In a modest house near the heart of the city, a young man named Francesco Petrarch is reading by the window, the early morning light illuminating the pages of an ancient Roman text. Petrarch, whom history will remember as one of the fathers of humanism, is discovering something revolutionary. The writings of the ancients are not dusty relics, but living voices speaking across the centuries. He reads Cicero and feels a personal connection, as if the great Roman orator were sitting beside him, sharing wisdom over a cup of wine. This is the essence of the Renaissance spirit, the belief that the past and present could speak to each other, that human beings across time shared common experiences of love, loss, ambition, and wonder. Petrarch writes letters to ancient authors as if they were his dearest friends, creating an imaginary correspondence that bridges 1,000 years. In his poetry, he celebrates not just divine love, but human love, not just the beauty of heaven, but the beauty of earthly landscapes and mortal faces. His sonnets to Laura, the mysterious woman who inspired his greatest verses, explore the psychology of human emotion with unprecedented depth and sophistication. Each poem becomes a small laboratory where feelings are examined, analyzed, and transformed into art. The beloved becomes not just an object of desire, but a muse who leads the poet toward deeper understanding of himself and his place in the cosmic order. Picture Petrarch climbing Mount Ventoux in southern France, one of the first recorded mountain climbs undertaken purely for the joy of seeing the world from a new perspective. As he ascends, he carries with him a copy of Augustine's Confessions, and at the summit, he opens it randomly to find a passage warning against those who admire the high mountains, the vast floods of the sea, the broad streams of the rivers, the compass of the ocean, and the circuit of the stars, and pass themselves by. The irony is not lost on him. In seeking to understand the external world, he discovers the interior landscape of his own soul. Meanwhile, in the workshops of Florence, a revolution in art is taking place as quietly and inevitably as spring following winter. Artists are no longer anonymous craftsmen, but individuals with names, personalities, and distinctive styles. They sign their works, they compete for commissions, they study the human body with the intensity of scientists. Giotto di Bondone, working in the early decades of the 14th century, transforms painting from flat, symbolic representation into something approaching visual reality. His frescoes in the Arena Chapel in Padua tell the story of Christ's life with an emotional directness that startles viewers accustomed to the stylized art of earlier centuries. When Giotto paints the lamentation over the dead Christ, every face expresses a different shade of grief, from Mary's profound sorrow to the angel's anguished gestures against the sky. But Giotto's innovation goes deeper than emotional expression. He begins to understand how light falls on three-dimensional forms, how bodies occupy space, how architectural settings can enhance narrative meaning. His figures have weight and volume. They cast shadows and interact with their environments in ways that make them seem present in the viewer's space rather than trapped behind the picture plane. The technique of fresco painting itself becomes a metaphor for Renaissance values. The artist must work quickly while the plaster is wet, making decisive choices that cannot easily be corrected. This demands not just technical skill, but confidence, the belief that human hands guided by trained intelligence can create something worthy of permanent preservation. Each day's work must be completed within the day, creating a rhythm of creation that mirrors the cycles of natural life. As we drift deeper into the 15th century, let us visit the gardens of the Medici family in Florence. The Medicis were bankers, but they understood something profound about the relationship between wealth and civilization. Money, they realized, was not an end in itself, but a tool for creating beauty, fostering learning, and supporting human flourishing in its highest forms. Cosimo de' Medici, known as the Elder, has transformed his family's wealth into something far more precious, the means to support artists, scholars, and philosophers. His patronage is not mere charity, but investment in the future of human culture. He collects manuscripts not to hoard them, but to make them available to scholars, understanding that knowledge multiplies when shared rather than diminishing like material goods. Picture the Medici gardens on a warm evening in 1460. The air is perfumed with lavender and rosemary, and intellectuals gather beneath pergolas heavy with grapevines to discuss the great questions of existence. Here, the humanist Marsilio Ficino translates Plato's works, bringing ancient Greek wisdom back into the light after centuries of neglect. Nearby, young scholars debate whether human reason can unlock the secrets of the universe, their voices mixing with the gentle splash of fountain water and the evening song of nightingales. Ficino's Platonic Academy, meeting in these very gardens, represents the Renaissance ideal of learned community. These are not monks withdrawn from the world, but engaged citizens who believe that philosophical understanding should inform practical action. They study Plato not as an academic exercise, but as a guide to living well, to creating just societies, to understanding the relationship between earthly beauty and eternal truth. The Academy's discussions range from the most abstract metaphysical questions to the most practical concerns of governance and daily life. How should a republic be structured to promote virtue among its citizens? What is the relationship between individual fulfillment and social responsibility? Can human beings achieve happiness through reason alone, or do they require divine grace? These conversations take place against the backdrop of Florence's own political experiments. The city-state has developed a complex republican system that attempts to balance competing interests while preventing any single individual or faction from accumulating too much power. Citizens participate directly in governance through various councils and committees, creating a laboratory for democratic ideals that will influence political thought for centuries to come. Lorenzo de' Medici, grandson of Cosimo, embodies the Renaissance ideal of the complete person, banker and poet, patron and philosopher, politician and connoisseur of beauty. When he walks through his collections of ancient sculptures and contemporary paintings, he sees not just objects but embodiments of human potential, proof that mortals can create things of transcendent beauty. His own poetry, written in the Tuscan vernacular rather than scholarly Latin, demonstrates that serious literature can be accessible to ordinary people rather than confined to academic elites. Lorenzo's famous carnival song Quante bella giovinezza, che si fugge tuttavia, How Beautiful is Youth, which flees away, captures the Renaissance awareness that beauty and life are precious precisely because they are fleeting. But rather than leading to despair, this awareness intensifies the determination to create, to love, to make each moment meaningful. The knowledge of mortality becomes an inspiration to live more fully rather than a reason to withdraw from worldly engagement. The Medici court becomes a magnet for talent from across Europe. Philosophers like Pico della Mirandola, whose Oration on the Dignity of Man will become one of the foundational texts of Renaissance humanism, find here the support and intellectual community necessary for their work. Artists like Botticelli, Verrocchio, and the young Michelangelo receive not just financial backing, but sophisticated patronage that understands and encourages their artistic vision. The famous Platonic Academy dinner parties become legendary for their combination of intellectual rigor and aesthetic pleasure. Guests recline on couches in the Roman manner while discussing the deepest questions of human existence, their conversation enhanced by music, poetry, and the visual beauty of their surroundings. This integration of all the senses in pursuit of truth represents a distinctively Renaissance approach to learning, not the monastic withdrawal from physical pleasure, but the belief that beauty in all its forms can lead toward wisdom. In the workshops surrounding these gardens, master craftsmen are developing new techniques that will revolutionize artistic expression. Brunelleschi discovers the mathematical principles of linear perspective, enabling artists to create convincing illusions of three-dimensional space on flat surfaces. His experiments with mirrors and geometry provide the foundation for a new kind of painting that invites viewers to feel they are looking through windows into real spaces rather than at decorated walls. Masaccio, working in the chapel of Santa Maria del Carmine, applies these new techniques to religious subjects with revolutionary results. His Trinity fresco creates such a convincing architectural illusion that visitors reach out to touch columns and arches that exist only in paint. The figures seem to breathe within their painted space, their emotions expressed through naturalistic gestures and expressions rather than conventional symbolic attributes. But perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of early Renaissance art is its new attitude toward the human body. Medieval art had largely treated the body as a temporary prison for the soul, something to be transcended rather than celebrated. Renaissance artists, influenced by their study of ancient Roman sculpture and their own anatomical investigations, begin to see the human form as a manifestation of divine creativity, worthy of careful study and artistic celebration. Donatello's Bronze David, created sometime in the 1440s, marks a watershed in Western art. It is the first freestanding nude sculpture since antiquity, and its subject matter, the young shepherd who slew Goliath, becomes a symbol of Florence itself, a small republic that has overcome larger, more powerful enemies through courage and skill. But the statue's real revolution lies in its attitude toward the human body as something beautiful in itself, worthy of contemplation and artistic perfection. The workshops where these masterpieces are created operate according to principles that embody Renaissance values. Masters take on apprentices not just to provide cheap labor, but to pass on accumulated knowledge and skill to the next generation. Young artists learn by copying the works of their predecessors, gradually developing their own styles and techniques through this disciplined imitation. The workshop becomes a kind of laboratory where artistic problems are solved through collective effort and shared knowledge. These artists study not just art but geometry, anatomy, optics, and engineering. They understand that creating convincing visual illusions requires scientific knowledge as well as aesthetic sensitivity. When Uccello paints his battle scenes, he applies mathematical principles to show horses and riders from multiple angles, creating compositions that are as much about geometric experimentation as military heroism. The invention of oil painting techniques brought to Italy from the Netherlands opens new possibilities for subtle modeling of light and shadow. Artists can now build up color gradually through multiple transparent glazes, creating effects of luminosity and depth that had never been achieved in tempera or fresco. Each painting becomes an exploration of how light reveals form, how color conveys emotion, how technique can serve expression. Let us pause now in the workshop of Sandro Botticelli, sometime in the 1480s. The master is working on a painting that will become one of the most beloved images in Western art, the birth of Venus. But this is not merely a painting of a goddess. It is a meditation on beauty itself, on the eternal human longing for perfection and grace. Watch as Botticelli mixes his pigments, each color chosen with the care of a poet selecting words. The pale pink of Venus's skin, the golden cascade of her hair, the deep blue-green of the sea, these are not just colors but emotions made visible. The goddess emerges from the foam not as a remote deity, but as the embodiment of an ideal that exists in every human heart, the dream of beauty without flaw, love without pain, joy without shadow. Yet there is melancholy in Botticelli's Venus, a wistfulness that speaks to the Renaissance, understanding that earthly beauty is precious, precisely because it is fleeting. The wind that blows her to shore will one day cease, the flowers that carpet her path will fade, the youth and beauty she represents will give way to age and death. But in capturing this moment, in fixing it forever in paint and panel, the artist performs an act of defiance against time itself. The painting's iconography draws on multiple sources: classical mythology, Christian symbolism, contemporary Neoplatonic philosophy, demonstrating the Renaissance ability to synthesize diverse traditions into new artistic statements. Venus represents not just pagan sensuality, but divine love descending into the material world, sanctifying earthly beauty by revealing its spiritual significance. The shell from which she emerges suggests both her birth from the sea foam and the Christian symbol of pilgrimage, while the roses scattered by the wind recall both Venus's traditional attributes and the mystical rose of medieval Christianity. While artists were revolutionizing the visual world, scholars were transforming the realm of ideas through the recovery and interpretation of ancient texts. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire in 1453 brings Greek scholars westward, carrying with them manuscripts and knowledge that had been lost to Western Europe for centuries. These refugee intellectuals find welcome in Italian courts and universities, where their expertise helps fuel the humanist revolution in learning. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 transforms this scholarly revival from an elite activity into a mass movement. Books, once precious and rare as jewels, become available to anyone who can read, and literacy begins to spread like dawn breaking over the continent. The first printed books are often copies of ancient texts, Homer, Virgil, Aristotle, making classical learning available to a far wider audience than ever before. In Venice, the master printer, Aldus Manutius, is working late into the night, setting type for a new edition of Aristotle. His small, elegant books, the first truly portable volumes, will allow scholars to carry entire libraries in their saddlebags. Knowledge is becoming democratic, no longer confined to monastery libraries or princely courts, but available to merchants, artisans, and anyone with curiosity and coin enough to buy a book. Manutius's innovations in typography and book design reflect Renaissance aesthetics applied to the practical problem of making knowledge accessible. His italic typeface, based on humanist handwriting, is both beautiful and economical, allowing more text to fit on each page while maintaining readability. His octavo format creates books that fit comfortably in the hand, encouraging intimate, personal engagement with texts rather than the formal, public reading that had characterized medieval book culture. The proliferation of books creates new communities of readers, people who may never meet but who share the same thoughts, the same references, the same intellectual adventures. A humanist in Paris can read the same text as a scholar in Naples, and both can write letters to each other discussing their interpretations, their discoveries, their disagreements. Europe is becoming a single, vast conversation conducted in Latin, the universal language of learning. This epistolary culture becomes one of the defining features of Renaissance intellectual life. Scholars maintain correspondence networks that span the continent, sharing discoveries, requesting advice, engaging in debates that can continue for years through the exchange of letters. These letters are often works of literature in themselves, displaying the humanist ideal that learning should be expressed in beautiful and persuasive language rather than dry academic jargon. The humanist curriculum that develops during this period emphasizes rhetoric, the art of persuasive communication, as much as philosophy or theology. Students learn not just what to think, but how to express their thoughts clearly and compellingly, how to adapt their message to their audience, how to use language as a tool for positive change in the world. Education becomes preparation for active citizenship rather than withdrawal from worldly engagement. As we close this first chapter of our journey, feel yourself walking through the narrow streets of Renaissance Florence at dusk. The workshops are closing for the day, and you can hear the sound of chisels being set aside, the scratch of quills falling silent, the gentle debate of scholars making their way home from the libraries and academies. Lanterns begin to flicker in windows, and the city settles into the peaceful rhythm that has marked the end of productive days for centuries. Take a moment to breathe deeply and let these images settle in your mind like sediment in still water. This is where it all began. This marriage of ancient wisdom and modern ambition, this celebration of human dignity and potential, this belief that mortals could create beauty worthy of the gods themselves. The seeds planted in these Italian gardens will grow into a transformation of human consciousness that continues to bloom today. As we drift into the late 15th century, the Renaissance enters what art historians call the High Renaissance, a period of perhaps 25 years when a handful of extraordinary individuals create works that will define Western art for all time. These are not just artists, but complete human beings, scientists, engineers, philosophers, and poets who happen to express their deepest insights through visual means. Let us follow the figure of a man walking along the banks of the Adda River near Milan on a spring morning in 1490. His hair flows in silver waves. His eyes dart constantly from the movement of water to the flight of birds, to the play of light on leaves. This is Leonardo da Vinci, and he is seeing the world with eyes that no human has ever possessed before, the eyes of a scientist, an artist, an engineer, and a dreamer, all combined in one extraordinary being. Leonardo embodies the Renaissance ideal of the uomo universale, the universal man who excels in all fields of human knowledge. But his universality is not superficial dilettantism. Rather, he understands that all forms of knowledge are connected, that studying water flow will teach him about hair and drapery in his paintings, that understanding anatomy will help him design machines, that observing birds will inspire flying inventions. In his notebooks, written in his peculiar mirror script, he records observations that won't be confirmed by science for centuries. He traces the circulation of blood through the human body, describes the geological formation of mountains, analyzes the mechanics of flight with mathematical precision. But these are not dry scientific treatises. They are illuminated with drawings, so beautiful they take the breath away, each one a marriage of precision and poetry. Follow him now into his workshop in Milan, where the air smells of oil, paint, and metal filings, where anatomical drawings share space with designs for flying machines. The workshop is organized chaos, half laboratory, half artist's studio, filled with mirrors, prisms, dissected corpses, mechanical models, and canvases in various stages of completion. Here, Leonardo is working on what will become the most famous painting in the world, the portrait of Lisa Gherardini, wife of a Florentine silk merchant. But in his hands, this simple portrait commission becomes something unprecedented, a window into the mystery of human consciousness itself. Leonardo understands that portraiture is not just about recording physical appearance, but about revealing the interior life of the subject. He studies Lisa Gherardini's face for hours, watching how expressions shift with changing thoughts and emotions, learning to read the subtle signals that reveal character and mood. Watch his brush as it builds up the layers of the Mona Lisa's face, each glaze so thin it's barely visible, yet together they create an illusion of living flesh that seems to breathe with its own life. The famous smile is not painted but suggested, emerging from the play of light and shadow like a thought half-formed. Leonardo understands that the greatest art doesn't show us everything but invites us to complete the picture in our own minds, making us partners in the act of creation. The painting's background landscape, with its winding rivers and mysterious mountains, represents Leonardo's understanding of the natural world as a unified system. The same forces that shape geological formations also shape human faces. The same principles that govern water flow also govern the circulation of blood. The portrait becomes a meditation on the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, between individual human consciousness and the vast patterns of nature. But Leonardo's genius extends far beyond painting. In the quiet hours before dawn, he studies corpses by candlelight in the hospital of Santa Maria del Grazie, mapping the intricate machinery of the human body with the dedication of a monk copying scripture. His anatomical drawings reveal hearts, lungs, and nervous systems with an accuracy that will not be matched for centuries, each organ rendered with both scientific precision and artistic beauty. These anatomical investigations are not merely academic exercises, but preparation for his artistic work. When Leonardo paints the disciples in the Last Supper, he understands exactly how emotion manifests in facial muscles, how psychological states affect posture and gesture. Each figure's response to Christ's announcement that one will betray him springs from deep knowledge of how human bodies express spiritual states. The Last Supper itself represents Leonardo's mastery of perspective, composition, and psychological drama. The 12 disciples are arranged in 4 groups of 3, each group responding differently to Christ's shocking revelation. Some lean forward in disbelief, others recoil in horror, still others gesture toward themselves as if asking, "Surely not I." The composition draws the eye inexorably toward Christ at the center, whose calm acceptance contrasts with the emotional turbulence surrounding him. Leonardo's notebooks reveal a mind constantly generating new inventions and ideas. Flying machines based on bird anatomy, tanks powered by cranks and gears, canals that could transform the geography of Italy. Most of these inventions remain unrealized in his lifetime, but they demonstrate the Renaissance belief that human ingenuity can solve any problem, overcome any limitation. His helicopter design, his parachute, his underwater breathing apparatus, all anticipate technological developments that won't be achieved for centuries. Yet for all his scientific interests, Leonardo never loses sight of beauty as the ultimate goal of human endeavor. His mechanical designs are as aesthetically pleasing as they are functionally ingenious, his anatomical drawings as beautiful as any religious art. He understands that truth and beauty are not opposing values, but complementary aspects of a single reality, that understanding nature's laws reveals the divine intelligence that creates both functional efficiency and aesthetic perfection. While Leonardo explores the world through observation and experiment, another giant of the High Renaissance approaches creation with entirely different methods and temperament. Michelangelo Buonarroti is a force of nature, raw and unstoppable as an avalanche, driven by a vision of human perfection that demands physical expression in marble and bronze. Picture him in his workshop in Florence in 1501, standing before an enormous block of marble that previous sculptors had abandoned as flawed and unworkable. The stone had lain in the cathedral workshop for decades, its irregular shape and internal flaws defying every attempt to transform it into art. But where others saw failure, Michelangelo sees David, the young shepherd who slew Goliath, waiting to be freed from his stone prison. Michelangelo's approach to sculpture embodies a distinctively Renaissance philosophy, the belief that the artist does not impose form on matter, but reveals the form that already exists within it. The statue, he believes, lies complete within the marble. The sculptor's task is simply to remove everything that is not essential, to chip away the excess until only the pure form remains. This process requires not just technical skill but visionary insight, the ability to see the completed work before the first chisel stroke is made. For 3 years, the sound of Michelangelo's chisel rings through the streets of Florence like a heartbeat. Citizens grow accustomed to the rhythm. Children fall asleep to it. Lovers meet by the sound of it. When they peek through the workshop windows, they see the young sculptor covered in marble dust, his eyes fierce with concentration, his whole being focused on liberating the figure he knows is trapped within the stone. The work is physically punishing. Hours spent wielding heavy tools, breathing marble dust, maintaining the concentration necessary to ensure that each blow of the chisel advances the work rather than destroying it. Michelangelo works with an intensity that borders on obsession, forgetting to eat, sleeping on the floor of his workshop, driving himself toward an ideal of perfection that exists only in his imagination. As the statue begins to emerge, its revolutionary character becomes apparent. This is not the David of medieval tradition, a boy with a sling triumphant over a defeated giant, but a young man poised on the brink of battle, his face turned toward an unseen enemy with an expression of calm determination. The figure represents not victory but the moment of decision, the instant when courage overcomes fear and commits to action regardless of consequences. The David that finally emerges is more than a statue. It is a manifesto in marble, a declaration that human beings can be godlike in their beauty and strength. The young man's body is perfect yet real, idealized yet unmistakably human. Every muscle is defined with anatomical precision, yet the overall effect is not of cold academic study but of life frozen in marble, ready to spring into motion at any moment. When the statue is finally unveiled in 1504, the entire city turns out to see it. Strong men weep, women reach out to touch the marble flesh, children stare in wonder at this giant who seems ready to step down from his pedestal and walk among them. Florence has become home to what many consider the greatest sculpture ever created. and Michelangelo, still in his 20s, has achieved immortality. The statue becomes a symbol of the Florentine Republic itself, a small city-state that has overcome larger, more powerful enemies through courage and skill. Like David facing Goliath, Florence has survived because its citizens possess the moral courage to defend their freedom against overwhelming odds. The sculpture embodies the Renaissance belief that human will, properly directed, can overcome any obstacle. But Pope Julius II has even grander plans for the young sculptor. This warrior pope, who leads armies himself and dreams of restoring the Catholic Church to temporal as well as spiritual supremacy, summons Michelangelo to Rome and points upward to the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. 12,000 square feet of blank plaster stretches overhead, waiting to tell the story of creation itself. "I am a sculptor, not a painter," Michelangelo protests, but the Pope will hear no objections. This is to be the greatest artistic project of the age, a visual encyclopedia of Christian theology that will inspire the faithful for centuries to come. Julius II understands that art is not decoration but transformation, that the right images in the right place can shape souls and change history. For 4 years, from 1508 to 1512, Michelangelo lies on his back on scaffolding 60 feet above the chapel floor, paint dripping into his eyes, his neck screaming with pain, creating what will become the most famous ceiling in the world. The physical ordeal is almost unimaginable, working in cramped, awkward positions for hours at a time, breathing paint fumes and plaster dust, enduring the constant ache of muscles strained beyond their natural limits. But the mental challenge is even greater. Michelangelo must design a coherent program that transforms 12 square feet of blank ceiling into a unified work of art that tells the story of humanity from the creation to the coming of Christ. The narrative must be comprehensible to the illiterate masses who will worship here, yet sophisticated enough to satisfy the most learned theologians of the age. The Sistine Chapel ceiling is not just a painting but a universe unto itself, populated with prophets and sibyls, ignudi and angels, all surrounding the central drama of Genesis. Michelangelo creates an architectural illusion that seems to open the chapel vault to heaven itself, with painted columns and arches that appear to support the weight of the real roof while framing scenes of cosmic drama. The scale is overwhelming. Figures 20 feet tall dominate the central narrative, while smaller scenes and decorative elements create layers of meaning that reward close study. At the center of it all, the finger of God reaches out to touch the finger of Adam, that tiny gap between divine and mortal, representing all of human longing and aspiration. The scene captures the moment when consciousness enters matter, when clay becomes soul, when humanity receives the divine spark that makes art, love, and spiritual yearning possible. Adam's languid pose suggests he is still half asleep, not yet fully aware of his destiny, while God approaches with the urgency of wind and storm, surrounded by angels who seem to understand the magnitude of what is about to occur. The creation of Eve shows a different kind of awakening. The first woman rises from Adam's side with a gesture of prayer, already conscious of her relationship with the divine. The fall depicts the tragic moment when human beings choose knowledge over innocence, gaining wisdom at the cost of peace. Each scene builds on the previous one, creating a visual theology that explores the fundamental questions of human existence. Where do we come from? Why do we suffer? What is our ultimate destiny? Surrounding these central narratives, Michelangelo places figures from classical antiquity alongside Hebrew prophets, suggesting that all human wisdom contributes to understanding divine truth. The Cumaean Sibyl, massive and muscular as any male figure, reads from an enormous book with the concentration of a scholar, while the prophet Jeremiah sits in profound meditation on human sorrow and divine justice. These figures demonstrate the Renaissance belief that pagan wisdom and Christian revelation can be harmoniously combined. The ignudi, nude male figures, who seem to support the architectural framework, represent pure human beauty, freed from the constraints of narrative or symbolism. They exist simply to celebrate the divine artistry revealed in the human form, each one a study in anatomical perfection and graceful movement. Their presence transforms the chapel's ceiling into a kind of Platonic heaven where ideal beauty exists in its purest form. Working in fresco requires Michelangelo to paint quickly while the plaster is wet, making corrections impossible once the surface dries. Each day's work, called a giornata, must be planned carefully and executed with confidence, since hesitation or error will result in sections that must be scraped away and begun again. The medium demands the same qualities that Michelangelo brings to sculpture: absolute certainty of vision and unwavering commitment to the final result. As the work progresses, Michelangelo's style evolves and intensifies. The early scenes are relatively calm and balanced, but by the time he reaches the drunkenness of Noah, his figures have become more dynamic, more emotionally charged, more expressive of psychological complexity. The experience of painting the ceiling transforms him from a sculptor who occasionally painted into one of the greatest painters who ever lived. When the ceiling is finally unveiled in 1512, it revolutionizes not just religious art, but the very conception of what painting can achieve. Visitors crane their necks to follow the complex narratives overhead, discovering new details and relationships with each viewing. The work demonstrates that painting can rival sculpture in its ability to create convincing three-dimensional forms. That ceiling decoration can be as important as altar paintings. That secular and sacred themes can be combined without sacrificing spiritual significance. While Leonardo experiments and Michelangelo struggles with titanic force, a third master approaches art with the serenity of a philosopher who has found perfect balance between all competing claims. Raffaello Sanzio, Raphael, possesses what his contemporaries call grazia, a natural grace that infuses everything he touches with beauty and harmony. Born in the gentle hill town of Urbino, he grows up in an environment that values proportion, balance, and civilized discourse above all else. Raphael's genius lies not in dramatic innovation like Leonardo or titanic struggle like Michelangelo, but in his ability to synthesize the achievements of his predecessors into something that seems effortless and inevitable. He learns from Leonardo's sfumato, from Michelangelo's monumentality, from Perugino's sweetness, but combines these influences into a style that is distinctively his own, clear, balanced, and imbued with an almost musical sense of harmony. In Rome, Pope Julius II has commissioned Raphael to decorate his private apartments in the Vatican, rooms that will become known as the Raphael Rooms. Here, in the Stanza della Segnatura, Raphael creates the School of Athens, a fresco that serves as a visual encyclopedia of human knowledge and one of the greatest achievements in Western art. The painting transforms a simple wall into an architectural space where the greatest thinkers of antiquity gather for eternal conversation. Plato and Aristotle walk together at the center, surrounded by mathematicians, astronomers, philosophers, and poets from across the ancient world. Each figure is engaged in characteristic activity. Euclid demonstrates geometric principles to attentive students. Pythagoras writes in a book. Diogenes sprawls on the steps in deliberate rejection of social conventions. The scene suggests that all knowledge is connected, that truth can be approached from many directions but remains always one. The architecture of the scene, with its perfect arches and mathematical perspective, embodies Renaissance principles of proportion and harmony. The building seems to extend infinitely beyond the picture plane, creating a space vast enough to contain all human learning. Light streams through the arches with crystalline clarity, illuminating each figure with exactly the right intensity to suggest their importance in the great conversation of ideas. Raphael includes portraits of contemporary Renaissance figures among the ancient philosophers, suggesting that the conversation between past and present continues in his own time. Plato bears the features of Leonardo da Vinci, while the brooding figure of Heraclitus in the foreground is clearly modeled on Michelangelo. The painter includes himself among the crowd, a quiet presence at the right edge of the composition, suggesting that artists too participate in humanity's ongoing search for truth. But this is not merely a catalogue of famous philosophers. It is a meditation on the Renaissance belief that reason and revelation, pagan wisdom and Christian truth, individual insight and collective knowledge can all contribute to human understanding. The fresco faces Raphael's disputation of the Holy Sacrament across the room, creating a dialogue between natural philosophy and revealed theology that exemplifies Renaissance synthesis. Raphael's Madonnas, painted throughout these same years, achieve a different kind of perfection, the perfection of pure spiritual beauty made manifest in human form. The Sistine Madonna, with her upward gaze and flowing robes, seems to float rather than stand, while the Christ child in her arms reaches toward the viewer with an expression of divine love tempered by prescient sorrow. The cherubs at the bottom of the painting rest their chins on their hands with such natural charm that viewers want to reach out and tussle their curls. These are not remote religious icons, but loving mothers and playful children, divine subjects made accessible to human hearts. Raphael understands that religious art must speak to human emotions as well as theological understanding that the Virgin Mary becomes more rather than less sacred when she is shown as a recognizably human mother. His genius lies in making transcendence seem natural, divinity seem approachable, perfection seem achievable. The Madonna of the Goldfinch shows Mary seated in a landscape while the infant Christ and young John the Baptist play together, their interaction observed with the tender attention that all mothers give to their children's friendships. The goldfinch that gives the painting its name carries symbolic meaning. It was said to eat thorns and thus became associated with Christ's future passion. But the symbol is embedded so naturally in the scene that it enhances rather than interrupts the emotional reality. Raphael's portraits reveal a different aspect of his genius, the ability to capture not just physical appearance, but spiritual character. His portrait of Pope Leo X with two cardinals creates a complex study of Renaissance ecclesiastical politics, showing a pope who is clearly more worldly politician than spiritual leader, surrounded by advisors whose faces reveal their own ambitions and concerns. Yet the painting avoids caricature or satire, presenting its subjects with the same generous understanding that Raphael brings to all his work. The portrait of Baldassare Castiglione, author of the Book of the Courtier, embodies Renaissance ideals of civilized refinement. Castiglione gazes out with calm intelligence and gentle humor, his dress elegant but not ostentatious, his pose suggesting both confidence and accessibility. The painting becomes a visual definition of Renaissance sprezzatura, the art of making difficult things seem effortless, of achieving excellence without apparent strain. While Florence and Rome compete for artistic supremacy, Venice develops its own distinctive style, influenced by the unique quality of light that bounces off the lagoon and creates an atmosphere of perpetual enchantment. Venetian painters become masters of color rather than line, more concerned with atmospheric effects than precise drawing, more interested in emotional impact than intellectual content. Giovanni Bellini, the master of Venetian painting, creates altarpieces that glow like stained glass windows, his colors so rich and pure they seem to generate their own light. His sacred conversations, paintings showing the Virgin and Child surrounded by saints, take place in architectural settings that open onto landscape views, connecting sacred and secular space in ways that earlier generations would have found impossible. The figures seem to breathe the same air as the viewer, existing in a world where divine and human realms interpenetrate naturally. Giorgione, Bellini's most gifted pupil, pushes Venetian painting toward even greater atmospheric sophistication. His paintings, like The Tempest, create mood and meaning through color and composition, rather than narrative clarity, inviting viewers to complete the story through their own imagination. Standing before a Giorgione painting is like listening to music. You don't need to understand every detail to be moved by the whole. The Tempest shows a soldier and a nursing mother in a landscape dominated by an approaching storm. But the painting's real subject is the mysterious relationship between human beings and the natural world they inhabit. The lightning that illuminates the scene suggests both danger and revelation, while the figures seem connected by invisible threads of meaning that the viewer can sense but never quite grasp. This is painting as poetry, art that works through suggestion and atmosphere rather than clear narrative statement. But it is Tiziano Vecellio, Titian, who becomes the greatest master of Venetian color and the most influential painter of his generation. His early works show the influence of both Bellini and Giorgione, but he quickly develops a style that is uniquely his own, bold, sensuous, psychologically penetrating, and technically revolutionary. Titian's Venus of Urbino reclines on her couch with a frankness that was shocking in its day, her gaze meeting the viewers with complete confidence in her own beauty and power. But this is not mere sensuality. The painting is a complex meditation on love, marriage, and the role of women in Renaissance society. The dog sleeping at Venus's feet symbolizes fidelity, while the servants searching through chests in the background suggest the domestic responsibilities that await even goddesses who enter human marriages. The painting's revolutionary character lies not just in its subject matter, but in Titian's technique. He builds up flesh tones with countless glazes until the paint seems to pulse with life, using brushstrokes that become more visible and expressive as his career progresses. By his late period, Titian is painting with his fingers as much as his brushes, creating effects of light and texture that won't be matched until the Impressionists 3 centuries later. Titian's late works, painted when he is in his 80s and 90s, push oil painting to its expressive limits. The Flaying of Marsyas is a brutal mythological scene, painted with such freedom and intensity that it seems to predict the abstract expressionism of the 20th century. Yet, even in his most experimental moments, Titian never abandons his commitment to beauty and meaning, showing that technical innovation must serve expressive purpose rather than existing for its own sake. As Italian Renaissance ideas spread northward across the Alps, they encounter different climates, different traditions, different ways of seeing the world. In Flanders, Jan van Eyck perfects the technique of oil painting, creating works of such minute detail and crystalline clarity that they seem more real than reality itself. Every thread in a tapestry, every reflection in a mirror, every hair on a dog's coat is rendered with microscopic precision that rewards the closest examination. Van Eyck's Ghent altarpiece, completed around 1432, contains hundreds of figures arranged in a complex theological program that rivals Michelangelo's Sistine ceiling in ambition and sophistication. Each panel can be studied for hours without exhausting its wealth of symbolic detail. Yet the overall effect is one of overwhelming beauty rather than academic complexity. The work demonstrates that Northern European realism can achieve spiritual transcendence as effectively as Italian idealization. The Arnolfini portrait, painted a few years later, shows a wealthy merchant and his pregnant wife in their domestic interior, but every object in the room carries symbolic meaning that deepens our understanding of the couple's relationship and social position. The single lit candle in the chandelier suggests the sacred nature of marriage, while the small dog represents fidelity and the oranges on the windowsill suggest wealth and exotic connections. The convex mirror on the back wall reflects not just the room, but the artist himself, making viewers aware that they are witnessing this intimate scene through his eyes. Albrecht Dürer of Nuremberg brings Italian Renaissance principles north, but adapts them to German sensibilities and Northern European artistic traditions. His self-portraits show an artist acutely aware of his own mortality and his own humanity, yet determined to achieve something approaching perfection through discipline and study. The famous self-portrait at 28 presents Dürer with Christ-like features and pose, suggesting the Renaissance belief that the artist participates in divine creativity. Dürer's prints and engravings spread throughout Europe, carrying Renaissance ideas to places where Italian art would never reach. His woodcut series of the Apocalypse transforms the end of the world into a visual spectacle that combines Northern European expressionism with Italian compositional principles. Each print is a masterpiece of technical virtuosity that demonstrates how printmaking can equal painting and sculpture in its ability to create powerful artistic statements. The Night, Death, and the Devil, one of Dürer's greatest engravings, shows a Christian warrior riding through a landscape populated by allegorical figures representing the temptations and terrors that beset the human soul. The knight maintains his course despite the presence of death and corruption, embodying the Renaissance ideal of virtue maintained through knowledge and determination. Every line in the engraving contributes to the overall effect, creating textures and tones that rival those achieved by painters working in color. In the Low Countries, Hieronymus Bosch creates paintings that seem to emerge from dreams or nightmares. The Garden of Earthly Delights is a triptych that moves from the innocence of Eden through the sensual chaos of earthly existence to the torments of hell, each panel populated with creatures so strange and wonderful they could only have sprung from the deepest recesses of human imagination. Bosch's fantastic imagery draws on medieval traditions of religious allegory, but his psychological insight is distinctively Renaissance in its understanding of human nature's complexity. His figures embody not just moral categories, but psychological states, showing how desire and fear, hope and despair interact in the human psyche. The garden's central panel depicts humanity caught between innocence and corruption, enjoying earthly pleasures while remaining unconscious of their ultimate consequences. The painting's hell panel anticipates the psychological horrors that later artists will explore, showing torment that is as much mental as physical. Bosch understands that the greatest sufferings are often self-inflicted, that human beings can create their own hells through choices that seem pleasurable at the time but lead to spiritual destruction. His art serves as a warning while simultaneously celebrating the very imagination that makes such warnings necessary. As this chapter draws to a close, let yourself rest in the contemplation of human achievement that defies easy explanation. In the space of a few decades, a handful of individuals created works that have shaped human consciousness for 5 centuries and will continue to inspire wonder as long as human beings exist to appreciate beauty. They remind us that we are capable of transcending our limitations, of creating beauty that outlasts empires, of touching the divine through the work of mortal hands guided by immortal vision. Feel the weight of their legacy settling gently on your shoulders, not as a burden but as a gift, proof that human beings are capable of miracles when they dare to dream beyond the boundaries of the possible. Leonardo's flying machines may not have taken to the air in his lifetime, but they carried human imagination to heights it had never reached before. Michelangelo's David may be carved from stone, but he breathes with eternal life that no living person can match. And in this truth lies one of the deepest lessons of the Renaissance, that art is not decoration but transformation, not luxury but necessity, not escape from life, but the fullest expression of what it means to be human. As we drift into the 16th century, the Renaissance spirit that began in Italian city-states spreads across the Alps like water finding its level, adapting to different climates and cultures while retaining its essential character. The same hunger for knowledge, the same celebration of human dignity, the same integration of reason and imagination that transformed Italian art and letters now begins to reshape the intellectual landscape of all Europe. Imagine the sound of a hammer striking wood, not harsh or violent, but measured, deliberate, like a carpenter at work on something that will endure. It is October 31st, 1517, in the small university town of Wittenberg, and a monk named Martin Luther is posting his 95 theses on the door of the castle church. He has no idea that this simple act will split Christianity forever, but the Renaissance spirit of inquiry and individual conscience has finally reached the realm of religious faith, and the old certainties will never be the same. Luther's revolution is, in many ways, a Renaissance revolution. It places the individual human soul in direct relationship with the divine, bypassing centuries of ecclesiastical hierarchy and institutional mediation. Like the humanist scholars reading ancient texts in their original languages, Luther insists that people can read and interpret Scripture for themselves, that truth is not the monopoly of institutions, but the birthright of every thinking person. The printing press ensures that his ideas spread across Europe faster than wildfire, faster than armies, faster than kings can stop them. But Luther's rebellion grows from deeper currents than theological disagreement. The Renaissance has created new expectations about human dignity, individual responsibility, and the relationship between authority and truth that make the old systems of unquestioned obedience increasingly untenable. When Luther burns the papal bull that condemns his teachings, he acts not just as a theologian but as a humanist who believes that truth must be defended even against the most powerful institutions. The translation of the Bible into vernacular languages represents one of the most democratic acts in human history. Luther's German Bible, Tyndale's English translation, and similar projects across Europe make the foundational text of Western civilization accessible to ordinary people for the first time. A farmer can now read the same words that had previously been available only to priests and scholars, creating the possibility of individual religious experience unmediated by institutional authority. But let us not dwell on the conflicts that follow, the wars and schisms and burning cities that mark the centuries after Luther's revolt. Instead, let us focus on the quieter revolution, the gradual transformation of the European mind that makes both Renaissance and Reformation possible. People are learning to think for themselves, to question authority, to trust their own experience of beauty, truth, and the sacred. In Basel, the great humanist scholar Desiderius Erasmus sits in his study, surrounded by books in Greek, Latin, and the emerging vernacular languages. The room is filled with the tools of Renaissance scholarship, dictionaries, commentaries, editions of classical texts, letters from correspondents across Europe. Erasmus represents the Renaissance at its most civilized, learned but not pedantic, devout but not fanatical, committed to reform but allergic to violence. Erasmus embodies the humanist ideal of the scholar as citizen of the world. His correspondence network extends from England to Italy, from Spain to Poland, creating an international community of learning that transcends national boundaries and religious divisions. His letters, written in elegant Latin, are works of art in themselves, demonstrating that scholarship need not be dry or lifeless, but can pulse with wit, warmth, and humanity. His praise of folly uses gentle satire to expose human pretensions without destroying human dignity. Folly herself speaks in the first person, ironically praising the very behaviors and attitudes that wise people should avoid. But Erasmus's satire is never bitter or destructive. Instead, it reflects the Renaissance understanding that human beings are simultaneously noble and foolish. That wisdom consists in accepting our limitations while striving to transcend them. Picture him working late into the night by candlelight, carefully correcting a manuscript of the New Testament, comparing different versions, consulting ancient sources, seeking always to get closer to the original meaning. This is the Renaissance method applied to sacred text, not to destroy faith, but to purify it, not to diminish reverence, but to make it more intelligent and more authentic. Erasmus believes that Christianity will be strengthened, not weakened, by careful scholarship and honest inquiry. His scholarly editions of the Church Fathers make patristic learning available to a new generation of theologians and reformers. By returning to the sources, Erasmus hopes to recover the authentic spirit of early Christianity, to strip away centuries of accumulated interpretation and institutional self-interest that have obscured the simple message of the gospel. He dreams of a Christian Renaissance that would combine the best of classical learning with genuine spiritual renewal. Erasmus's approach to reform represents an alternative to the violent upheavals that will characterize much of the 16th century. He believes that change should come through education rather than revolution, through the gradual triumph of reason and goodwill rather than the clash of arms. His failure to achieve lasting reform through peaceful means becomes one of the tragedies of the age, but his example continues to inspire those who believe that human beings can resolve their differences through dialogue and mutual understanding. As the 16th century progresses, the Renaissance spirit of investigation begins to turn toward the natural world with new intensity and new methods. The same critical approach that humanists applied to ancient texts, the same skeptical attitude toward authority that reformers brought to religious questions, now begins to transform humanity's understanding of the physical universe. In Poland, a quiet canon named Nicolaus Copernicus is making calculations that will change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Working in the tower of Frombork Cathedral, surrounded by astronomical instruments and mathematical tables, Copernicus applies Renaissance methods of careful observation and logical analysis to the movements of the planets. What he discovers will shake the foundations of human self-understanding more profoundly than any religious reformation. For over 1,000 years, European scholars have accepted the Ptolemaic system, which places Earth at the center of the universe, with all celestial bodies revolving around it in complex patterns of circles and epicycles. This geocentric model satisfies both astronomical observation and human vanity. It makes accurate predictions about planetary positions while placing human beings at the center of God's creation. But Copernicus realizes that the ancient model, however psychologically satisfying, is mathematically clumsy and probably wrong. Working with nothing more sophisticated than naked eye observations and mathematical reasoning, Copernicus develops a heliocentric model that places the Sun at the center of the solar system, with Earth as just another planet orbiting the central star. This new arrangement explains planetary motions more elegantly than the old system, but it also fundamentally challenges humanity's cosmic significance. If Earth is not the center of creation, what does this mean for human beings' relationship with God and their understanding of their own importance? Copernicus hesitates to publish his findings, knowing they will disturb not just scientific orthodoxy, but the entire structure of human self-understanding. His great work on the revolutions of the celestial spheres is not published until 1543, the year of his death, and even then he presents his theory as a mathematical hypothesis rather than a description of physical reality. He understands that ideas have consequences, that changing how people think about their place in the universe will inevitably change how they think about everything else. Yet there is something profoundly liberating in this new vision of the cosmos. If human beings are not the geographical center of the universe, perhaps they are something even more remarkable, conscious beings capable of understanding their own cosmic position, creatures small enough to fit in God's palm, yet grand enough to comprehend the movements of planets and stars. The Copernican revolution ultimately enhances rather than diminishes human dignity, suggesting that the mind capable of discovering such truths is itself a kind of miracle. The implications of Copernican astronomy extend far beyond the realm of science. If the Earth moves around the Sun rather than remaining stationary at the center of creation, then the entire medieval synthesis of Aristotelian physics and Christian theology must be reconsidered. The new astronomy demands new physics, new philosophy, new ways of understanding the relationship between natural law and divine providence. Let us move forward to the early 17th century, to the hills above Florence, where Galileo Galilei is grinding lenses with his own hands. Word has reached him of a curious device invented in the Netherlands, a combination of lenses that makes distant objects appear closer. But Galileo sees possibilities that the Dutch spectacle makers never imagined. What if this device could be turned not toward distant ships, but toward distant stars? Galileo's improvements to the telescope represent Renaissance ingenuity at its finest, the combination of theoretical understanding with practical skill, the ability to see potential where others see only novelty. His telescopes achieve magnifications of 20 times or more, turning points of light into visible discs, revealing details that no human eye has ever seen. For the first time in history, the heavens become accessible to direct observation rather than mathematical speculation. On a clear night in January 1610, Galileo points his improved telescope toward Jupiter and sees something that takes his breath away. 4 small stars seem to dance around the giant planet, changing position from night to night in a pattern that can only mean one thing. They are moons, worlds orbiting another world. Just as Copernicus had suggested Earth orbits the Sunday. In that moment, the medieval cosmos dies forever, replaced by a universe far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had dared imagine. Galileo's discoveries pour forth like water from a broken dam, each observation more revolutionary than the last. The moon, which poets have celebrated as a perfect sphere of silver light, reveals itself through the telescope as a rugged world of mountains and valleys, craters and plains, not so different from Earth itself. The discovery destroys the ancient belief in celestial perfection, showing that the heavens are made of the same materials as the terrestrial world. The Milky Way, that faint band of light across the night sky that ancient poets imagined as the path of souls or the milk of Hera, resolves through Galileo's telescope into countless individual stars. Each point of light becomes a sun like our own, each one possibly attended by its own family of worlds, each one representing possibilities for life and consciousness that no previous generation had ever contemplated. The universe expands from a cozy human dwelling to an infinite expanse of worlds and wonders. Venus shows phases like the moon, waxing and waning as it orbits the sun, providing direct visual evidence for the Copernican system. Saturn appears strangely deformed, with what look like handles or ears on either side. Galileo's telescope is not quite powerful enough to resolve the rings clearly, but he knows he is seeing something unprecedented in the history of astronomy. Each observation chips away at the old certainties, revealing a universe that is not a cozy, human-centered dwelling, but an infinite expanse of worlds and possibilities. But Galileo's revolutionary observations bring him into conflict with religious authorities who see the new astronomy as a threat to Christian teaching. The trial and condemnation of Galileo in 1633 becomes one of the defining moments in the relationship between science and religion, demonstrating that the pursuit of truth sometimes requires courage as well as intelligence. Yet even under house arrest, Galileo continues his scientific work, developing new insights into motion and mechanics that will influence physics for centuries. The scientific revolution is not just about new discoveries, but about new ways of thinking, new methods of investigation that will transform human knowledge forever. Francis Bacon, the English philosopher and statesman, articulates a vision of science based not on ancient authorities, but on careful observation and controlled experiment. Knowledge, he argues, should not be pursued for its own sake, but for the relief of man's estate, the improvement of the human condition through understanding and controlling natural forces. Bacon's New Organon outlines a systematic method for investigating nature that emphasizes inductive reasoning, drawing general conclusions from specific observations rather than deducing particular facts from general of-day principles. This represents a fundamental shift in intellectual method from the medieval reliance on authority and logic to the modern emphasis on evidence and experiment. The new science will be democratic rather than elitist, collaborative rather than solitary, practical rather than purely theoretical. Bacon dreams of a great instauration, a complete renewal of human learning that will give people power over nature, the ability to heal diseases, extend life, and create abundance where there was once scarcity. His utopian vision in New Atlantis describes an imaginary society where scientists work together in great institutions, sharing their discoveries for the benefit of all humanity. It is a dream that will inspire the founding of the Royal Society of London and similar institutions across Europe, collaborative endeavors that will accelerate the pace of discovery beyond anything the ancient world could have imagined. The scientific method that emerges during this period represents the ultimate expression of Renaissance values, the belief that human reason can understand natural law, that careful observation can reveal divine truth, that knowledge should be shared rather than hoarded. Scientists begin to publish their findings in journals and letters, creating an international community of investigation that transcends national and religious boundaries. Each discovery builds on previous work, creating an accumulating body of knowledge that grows exponentially rather than merely additively. Meanwhile, in France, René Descartes sits by a fire on a winter day in 1619 and has a series of dreams that will reshape philosophy forever. The young soldier philosopher realizes that knowledge must be built on absolutely certain foundations, and the only thing he cannot doubt is the fact that he is doubting. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, becomes the cornerstone of a new philosophical system that will influence Western thought for centuries. Descartes' method of systematic doubt might seem destructive, but it is actually profoundly optimistic. It assumes that human reason, properly applied, can discover truth, that the universe operates according to rational laws that the human mind can understand. The same confidence that led Renaissance artists to study anatomy and perspective now leads philosophers to believe they can decode the mathematical language in which God has written the book of nature. Descartes envisions a unified system of knowledge in which all the sciences are connected like branches of a single tree. Mathematics provides the method, physics describes the mechanisms, and philosophy explains the ultimate meaning of existence. This integration of different forms of knowledge represents the Renaissance ideal applied to the entire realm of human understanding. Nothing should be studied in isolation. Everything should be seen as part of a greater whole. His discourse on method becomes a manifesto for the new science, outlining principles that will guide scientific investigation for centuries. Never accept anything as true unless it is self-evidently so. Divide complex problems into manageable parts. Proceed from simple to complex, and review thoroughly to ensure nothing has been overlooked. These rules seem simple, but they represent a revolutionary approach to knowledge that emphasizes clarity, precision, and systematic investigation over authority and tradition. Perhaps no figure better embodies the Renaissance fusion of science and wonder than Johannes Kepler, the German astronomer who discovers the laws governing planetary motion. Kepler is not just a mathematician but a mystic, convinced that the universe is constructed according to divine harmonies that human beings can learn to hear. His approach to astronomy combines rigorous calculation with aesthetic intuition, mathematical precision with spiritual insight. Working with Tycho Brahe's unprecedented accurate observations of planetary positions, Kepler struggles for years to fit Mars's orbit into the circular patterns that tradition demands. Circles have been considered the most perfect geometrical form since ancient times, and it seems impossible that God would construct the heavens according to any less perfect principle. But after countless calculations and frustrating failures, Kepler makes the revolutionary decision to abandon circles in favor of ellipses, slightly flattened circles that fit the observational data perfectly. This discovery leads to Kepler's 3 laws of planetary motion, mathematical relationships that describe how worlds dance around the sun with clockwork precision. The first law states that planetary orbits are elliptical with the sun at one focus. The second shows that planets move faster when closer to the sun. The third reveals that the time required for one orbit is mathematically related to the planet's distance from the Sunday. These laws represent some of the most beautiful achievements in the history of science, describing cosmic choreography with mathematical elegance. But for Kepler, these laws are not just practical tools for prediction. They are glimpses into the mind of God, proof that the Creator is a mathematician of infinite subtlety and beauty. He spends years trying to relate planetary orbits to musical intervals, convinced that the cosmos literally sings with harmonies too pure for human ears to detect. His Harmony of the Worlds combines rigorous scientific calculation with mystical rapture, showing that the Renaissance ability to find the sacred in the natural world survives even the most revolutionary discoveries. Kepler's mother trial represents another aspect of the scientific revolution's human cost. Catherine Kepler is accused of witchcraft during the superstitious hysteria that sweeps through Europe in the early 17th century, and Johannes must use all his scientific reputation and legal skill to defend her from execution. The case illustrates the tension between the emerging scientific worldview and the persistence of medieval fears and superstitions that resist rational explanation. The development of new instruments revolutionizes not just astronomy but all the observational sciences. The microscope, invented near the end of our period, reveals that even a drop of pond water contains entire worlds of tiny creatures, as complex and various as anything in the heavens. Anton van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch draper with a passion for grinding lenses, becomes the first person to observe bacteria, protozoa, and spermatozoa, opening entirely new realms for scientific investigation. Leeuwenhoek's letters to the Royal Society of London describe his microscopic discoveries with the wonder of a child exploring a secret garden. He watches animalcules swimming in drops of water, marvels at the intricate structure of insect wings, studies the circulation of blood in fish tails. Each observation reveals that reality is far more complex and beautiful than anyone had suspected, that every scale of existence is populated with intricate, purposeful life. The barometer and air pump demonstrate that even seemingly empty space contains substances that follow natural laws. Evangelista Torricelli's mercury column proves that air has weight and exerts pressure, while Otto von Guericke's famous demonstration with the Magdeburg hemispheres shows that atmospheric pressure is powerful enough to prevent teams of horses from pulling apart evacuated metal spheres. 5. These experiments reveal that the invisible world is as subject to mathematical description as the visible one. Medicine begins its transformation from medieval tradition to modern science through the work of pioneers like Andreas Vesalius, whose fabric of the human body corrects centuries of anatomical errors inherited from ancient authorities. Working with human cadavers rather than relying on animal dissections, Vesalius discovers that Galen's descriptions of human anatomy based on apes and pigs contain fundamental mistakes that have misled physicians for over 1,000 years. His precise anatomical illustrations, created in collaboration with Renaissance artists, establish new standards for medical education and scientific illustration. William Harvey's discovery of blood circulation represents the application of mechanical principles to biological processes. By calculating the volume of blood pumped by the heart, Harvey realizes that the traditional theory of blood production and consumption is impossible. There simply isn't enough food to create the quantities of blood that would be required. Instead, he proposes that blood circulates through the body in a closed system, carrying nutrients and removing waste products through mechanical rather than mystical processes. The new anatomy and physiology reveal the human body as an ingenious machine rather than a mysterious vessel for spiritual forces. This mechanistic view might seem to reduce human dignity, but Renaissance scientists see it differently. The body becomes more wonderful, not less, when its intricate mechanisms are understood. The heart that maintains life through precise hydraulic engineering seems more worthy of admiration than one that operates through inexplicable vital spirits. Chemistry emerges as a distinct science through the work of investigators like Paracelsus, who advocates the use of chemical remedies rather than traditional herbal medicines. His approach represents a fundamental shift from the ancient theory of humoral balance to modern ideas about specific diseases requiring specific treatments. Though many of his particular theories prove wrong, his emphasis on chemical analysis and experimental testing establishes principles that will guide medical research for centuries. The development of mathematical notation during this period provides scientists with more precise tools for expressing complex relationships. Algebraic symbols, decimal fractions, and logarithms make calculations faster and more accurate, while the beginnings of analytic geometry allow mathematical analysis of physical phenomena. These may seem like technical details, but they represent crucial advances that make possible the mathematical description of natural law that becomes the foundation of modern physics. Navigation and cartography undergo revolutionary improvements that make possible the age of exploration and global trade. Accurate maps based on mathematical projection replace the symbolic representations of medieval geography, while improved instruments for determining latitude and longitude enable sailors to venture far from familiar coastlines. The discovery of magnetic declination, the fact that compass needles do not point to true north, leads to better understanding of terrestrial magnetism and more reliable navigation techniques. These practical improvements in navigation have profound cultural consequences. European contact with the Americas, Africa, and Asia exposes Renaissance thinkers to entirely different ways of organizing society, different religious beliefs, different approaches to art and philosophy. The discovery that human beings can thrive under radically different cultural conditions challenges European assumptions about the universality of their own institutions and values. The botanical and zoological specimens brought back by explorers and traders reveal the incredible diversity of life on Earth. Conrad Gesner's encyclopedic works on animals and plants attempt to catalog this new knowledge, while botanical gardens established in university towns allow Europeans to study exotic species directly. Each new discovery expands the sense of natural wonder while demanding new systems of classification and understanding. As we near the end of the 16th century and move into the 17th, the Renaissance spirit has transformed not just art and literature, but the very foundations of human knowledge. The scientific revolution has revealed a universe far larger and more complex than previous generations could have imagined. Yet somehow this makes human achievements seem not smaller but more miraculous. That conscious beings evolved on one small world should be capable of understanding the laws that govern galaxies suggests that consciousness itself is one of the universe's most remarkable features. The new science does not eliminate mystery but deepens it. Every answer reveals new questions. Every discovery opens new horizons for exploration. The telescope that reveals Jupiter's moons also shows that space extends far beyond what the eye can see, populated with wonders that no one has yet imagined. The microscope that reveals bacteria and protozoa suggests that the invisible world contains as many marvels as the visible one. This is perhaps the deepest legacy of the Renaissance scientific revolution. Not any particular discovery, but the cultivation of wonder. The recognition that reality is far stranger and more beautiful than our limited senses can perceive. Human beings are neither the center of the universe nor its most important inhabitants, but they are something perhaps even more remarkable, conscious beings capable of appreciating beauty, understanding truth, and creating works of art that outlast empires and speak across the centuries to other conscious beings not yet born. The integration of scientific knowledge with humanistic wisdom remains an ongoing challenge. The new understanding of natural law provides unprecedented power over physical forces, but this power must be guided by moral wisdom if it is to serve rather than destroy human flourishing. The Renaissance ideal of the complete person, equally versed in arts and sciences, equally committed to beauty and truth, becomes more rather than less important as human knowledge and capability expand. As we close this chapter on the Northern Renaissance and the birth of modern science, let your mind rest gently on these images. Erasmus bent over his manuscripts by candlelight, seeking truth through patient scholarship. Galileo turning his telescope toward Jupiter's moons for the first time. Kepler discovering that planets dance to mathematical music, and countless unnamed individuals learning to read, to question, to think for themselves. The light that began in Italy has now spread across all of Europe, and though it will sometimes flicker in the dark times to come, it will never be entirely extinguished. Feel yourself as part of this great awakening, this moment when human beings began to understand their true place in the cosmic order, not as the geographical center of creation, but as conscious participants in the ongoing process of discovery and understanding that makes the process universe aware of itself. Every time you look through a telescope or microscope, every time you read a book or question an assumption, every time you choose evidence over prejudice or reason over superstition, you participate in the Renaissance revolution of consciousness that continues to unfold today. As the Renaissance spirit spreads across Europe, it encounters not just different climates and customs, but different languages, each one awakening like a sleeper who has been dreaming in Latin for 1,000 years. The great writers of the Renaissance make a revolutionary choice. Instead of composing in the universal language of scholarship, they write in their native tongues, creating literary traditions that will echo through the centuries and give voice to the deepest aspirations of their peoples. The decision to write in vernacular languages represents more than literary innovation. It embodies the Renaissance commitment to human dignity and democratic ideals. If ordinary people deserve to participate in government and commerce, they also deserve access to the highest forms of literary art. Writers who choose the vernacular over Latin make an implicit declaration that profound thoughts and beautiful expressions need not be confined to academic elites, that every language contains possibilities for transcendent artistic achievement. In Florence, Dante Alighieri has already shown the way with his Divine Comedy, written in what he calls the sweet new style of Italian vernacular. His journey through hell, purgatory, and paradise demonstrates that the local tongue can express the most profound theological and philosophical insights while remaining accessible to anyone who can read. Following in his footsteps, other writers across Europe begin to realize that their local languages are not crude dialects, but potential instruments of beauty, capable of expressing the full range of human experience from the highest philosophical speculation to the most intimate emotional confession. Petrarch's sonnets to Laura establish Italian as a language capable of the most sophisticated psychological analysis and musical beauty. His exploration of the lover's contradictory emotions, joy and sorrow, hope and despair, worship and desire, creates a vocabulary for inner experience that will influence European poetry for centuries. The sonnet form itself, with its intricate rhyme scheme and carefully balanced proportions, becomes a kind of architectural space where poets can construct perfect verbal monuments to imperfect human feelings. Let us visit the chateau of Fontainebleau in the 1540s, where King Francis I has created a court that rivals the Italian centers of Renaissance culture. The king himself reads voraciously, speaks multiple languages, and engages in philosophical debates with visiting scholars and artists. His court becomes a magnet for intellectual talent from across Europe, a place where French culture absorbs Renaissance innovations while maintaining its own distinctive character. Here, in the elegant chambers overlooking manicured gardens, French poetry undergoes a transformation that will influence literature for centuries to come. Pierre de Ronsard, leader of the group known as the Pléiades, sits by a window composing verses that blend classical learning with French lyrical tradition. His goal is ambitious: to create a French poetry that can rival the greatest achievements of ancient Greece and Rome, while celebrating the particular beauties of French landscape and culture. Ronsard's sonnets celebrate not just divine love, but earthly beauty, the turn of a lady's wrist, the way light falls through autumn leaves, the melancholy sweetness of time's passage. Mignonne, allons voir si la rose, he writes. Darling, let us go see if the rose that opened this morning in her purple robe still keeps, as the sun sets, the folds of her purple robe and the color like your own. The poem continues with gentle urgency, reminding his beloved that roses fade and beauty passes. But in capturing this moment in verse, the poet performs a kind of magic, preserving what time would otherwise destroy. This is the Renaissance paradox made manifest in poetry. The more acutely writers feel the brevity of life, the more passionately they work to create something lasting, something that will speak to future generations about the joys and sorrows of being human. Ronsard's rose becomes immortal precisely because it is acknowledged to be mortal, its beauty intensified rather than diminished by the awareness that it cannot last forever. The Pleiade poets study classical meters and forms not as rigid rules to be followed, but as inspiration for creating new possibilities in French verse. They experiment with different line lengths, rhyme schemes, and stanza patterns, seeking always to match the music of their language to the emotional content of their poems. Their work demonstrates the Renaissance principle that tradition and innovation need not be enemies. The best new art grows from deep understanding of past achievements while boldly exploring unprecedented possibilities. Michel de Montaigne, writing later in the 16th century, takes this exploration of human experience even further with his revolutionary essays. Working in the tower library of his chateau in Gascony, surrounded by the books he has collected from across Europe, Montaigne creates a new literary form that will influence writers and thinkers for centuries to come. He uses his own life and thoughts as a laboratory for understanding human nature in general, turning self-examination into a form of philosophical investigation. I am myself the matter of my book, Montaigne writes in his introduction, but his self-examination reveals universal truths about the contradictions, inconsistencies, and beautiful complexity of being human. He writes about everything: his digestion problems, his reading habits, his fears about death, his opinions about education, his observations about friendship, his thoughts about the indigenous peoples of the Americas. Nothing is too small or too personal to escape his gentle, analytical gaze, and nothing is so large or abstract that it cannot be illuminated by personal experience. Montaigne writes with the intimacy of a friend sharing confidences by a fireside on a winter evening. He admits his prejudices, his changing opinions, his physical ailments, his moments of weakness and strength. In doing so, he pioneers a new kind of honesty in literature, showing that the most ordinary human life, examined with sufficient care and intelligence, becomes a work of art worthy of preservation and contemplation. His essay of friendship explores his relationship with Etienne de la Boétie with a depth and tenderness that establishes new possibilities for writing about human relationships. If pressed to say why I loved him, I feel it could not be expressed except by replying, because it was he, because it was I. This simple statement captures something essential about human connection that more elaborate explanations cannot touch: the mystery of why particular souls recognize and cleave to each other across all the accidents of circumstance and difference. Montaigne's skeptical motto, "Que sais, what do I know?" embodies the Renaissance spirit of intellectual humility combined with insatiable curiosity. He questions everything, including his own capacity to achieve certain knowledge, but this skepticism leads not to despair, but to a kind of liberated wonder at the richness and complexity of existence. If we cannot know everything with certainty, we can at least observe everything with careful attention and generous sympathy. Across the Pyrenees, Spain is experiencing its own cultural flowering, fueled by the wealth flowing from the New World and the confidence of a nation that sees itself as the defender of Catholic Christianity against both Protestant heretics and Ottoman invaders. In this atmosphere of expansion and possibility, Spanish literature achieves heights that will never be surpassed, creating works that explore the relationship between ideal and reality with unprecedented sophistication. Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra embodies the Spanish Renaissance in his own extraordinary life: soldier, slave, tax collector, failed businessman, and finally, in his later years, the creator of one of the greatest novels ever written. He has fought at the Battle of Lepanto, where Christian forces turned back Ottoman expansion into Europe, and has been captured by Barbary pirates and held in Algerian slavery for 5 years. His experiences have given him intimate knowledge of both heroism and suffering, both the grandeur and the squalor of human existence. Around 1605, approaching 60 and struggling with poverty, Cervantes sits down to write what he intends as a simple parody of the chivalric romances that have dominated popular literature for decades. These tales of knight-errantry, with their impossible adventures and perfect heroes, have become formulaic and divorced from any recognizable reality. But instead of creating a mere satire, Cervantes produces Don Quixote, one of the first and greatest novels ever written, a work that explores the beautiful and tragic tension between idealism and reality, between the world as it is and the world as it should be. Don Quixote de la Mancha and Sancho Panza ride across the Spanish plains like figures from a dream, the knight-errant seeing castles where others see windmills, the practical squire trying to keep his master tethered to earth while being gradually infected by his noble madness. Their conversations, which make up much of the novel's substance, represent a dialogue between different ways of understanding existence, idealistic and realistic, spiritual and material, heroic and pragmatic. But Cervantes' genius lies in showing that both perspectives contain essential truth. The world needs dreamers like Quixote to remind us of honor, justice, and beauty, just as it needs realists like Sancho to remind us of practical necessities and human limitations. The knight's delusions are also insights. He sees the world not as it is, but as it could become through human striving, while the squire's common sense is also a form of wisdom that keeps idealism connected to the needs of actual human beings. The novel becomes a meditation on fiction itself, on the power of stories to shape reality, and the danger of confusing imagination with fact. Quixote has been driven mad by reading too many chivalric romances, but Cervantes suggests that this madness contains a kind of sanity that the merely practical world lacks. The stories we tell ourselves about who we are and what we should aspire to become are, in their own way, more real than the mundane facts of daily existence, because they provide the motivation for all human improvement and achievement. Cervantes creates a new kind of realism that encompasses both external facts and internal dreams, showing how human consciousness transforms raw experience into meaningful narrative. His characters exist simultaneously in the objective world of Spanish social reality and in the subjective world of their own aspirations and delusions. The novel's enduring power lies in its recognition that human beings live not just in physical space, but in imaginative space, that we are shaped as much by the stories we tell about ourselves as by the circumstances we encounter. The Iberian Peninsula also produces the greatest mystical poetry of the Renaissance in the works of San Juan de la Cruz and Santa Teresa de Avila. These Carmelite reformers used the language of earthly love to describe the soul's relationship with the divine, creating verses that work simultaneously as passionate love, poetry, and profound theological expression. San Juan's Dark Night of the Soul describes the spiritual journey in terms so concrete and emotionally immediate that readers feel they are experiencing the mystic's ecstasy and despair directly. But it is perhaps in England that Renaissance literature achieves its most spectacular flowering, particularly in the magical world of the Elizabethan theatre. Picture London in the 1590s, a bustling, dirty, energetic city where apprentices and nobles rub shoulders in the streets, where new wealth from trade and exploration creates unprecedented opportunities for social mobility, where the very air seems electric with possibility and danger. The theatres of Southwark, the Globe, the Rose, the Swan occupy a strange position in London society, simultaneously disreputable and essential, located outside the city walls in the same district as brothels and bear-baiting arenas, yet patronized by everyone from groundlings who pay a penny to stand in the pit to nobles who occupy the expensive gallery seats. These theatres are among the most democratic institutions in Europe, places where a penny will buy a commoner the same entertainment that delights the Queen herself. Here, in buildings that are part marketplace, part temple, part circus, a new form of drama is being born that combines classical learning with popular entertainment, philosophical depth with crowd-pleasing spectacle. The physical structure of the theatres themselves influences the drama performed within them. The thrust stage that extends into the audience creates unprecedented intimacy between actors and spectators, while the absence of scenery forces playwrights to create their effects through language and imagination rather than visual spectacle. Christopher Marlowe blazes across this scene like a comet, writing plays that push against every boundary of what theatre can achieve before his mysterious death at age 29. His protagonists are figures of enormous ambition who seek to transcend human limitations through knowledge, power, or beauty, embodying the Renaissance aspiration to exceed all previous achievements, even at the cost of destruction. Marlowe understands that the greatest dramatic conflicts arise not from external obstacles, but from the contradictions within human nature itself. His Dr. Faustus makes a pact with the devil for knowledge and power, choosing damnation over ignorance in a decision that epitomizes Renaissance ambition. The play's most famous speech, "Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships?" shows how Renaissance drama can compress vast historical events into a single moment of lyrical intensity. When Faustus conjures Helen of Troy, he attempts to possess absolute beauty, but the vision dissolves even as he embraces it, demonstrating the futility of trying to capture infinite values in finite forms. Marlowe's mighty line, his mastery of blank verse as a vehicle for passionate expression, influences every playwright who follows him. He demonstrates that English can achieve effects as powerful as classical Latin or Greek, that vernacular drama can explore the deepest philosophical questions while maintaining popular appeal. His Tamburlaine conquers most of the known world, but cannot conquer death. His Edward II loves unwisely, but loves truly. His Jew of Malta pursues revenge with such single-minded intensity that he becomes both villain and victim of his own obsessions. And then there is William Shakespeare, the glover's son from Stratford upon Avon, who somehow becomes the greatest writer in the English language, perhaps in any language. In the space of about 20 years, working as actor, shareholder, and house playwright for the Lord Chamberlain's men, he produces 37 plays and 154 sonnets that capture the full range of human experience with such precision and beauty that they still speak directly to audiences 4 centuries later. Shakespeare's genius lies partly in his ability to create characters who seem more real than most actual people. Figures like Hamlet with his philosophical melancholy, Lady Macbeth with her terrible ambition, Falstaff with his life-embracing appetite, Lear raging against the dying of the light. But beyond individual characterization, Shakespeare understands something profound about the human condition, that we are simultaneously noble and foolish, capable of sublime love and petty hatred, blessed with consciousness that allows us to understand our own mortality while being powerless to escape it. Consider the famous Tomorrow speech from Macbeth, delivered by a man who has achieved everything he thought he wanted, only to discover it is all dust and shadow. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more, he says. And yet the very beauty of the language contradicts its nihilistic message. If life is meaningless, how can human beings create such meaning from meaninglessness? If we are merely actors in a cosmic drama, how can our performances move us so deeply? 2.0. This paradox runs through all of Shakespeare's greatest work, the simultaneous assertion that human life is brief and insignificant, coupled with the demonstration that human consciousness can create beauty and meaning that transcend mortality. His protagonists may die, but their words live forever, speaking to each new generation with undiminished power and relevance. The play itself becomes a kind of immortality, a space where dead characters continue to think and feel and choose as long as living actors give them voice. Shakespeare's comedies celebrate the regenerative power of love, forgiveness, and human community. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, magic transforms an ordinary world into something extraordinary. But the real magic is the way human beings can reinvent themselves, discover new aspects of their personalities, fall in love with people they never noticed before. The play suggests that we are all actors in multiple dramas simultaneously: lovers, children, citizens, dreamers, and that identity is not fixed but fluid, something we create through our choices and relationships. The famous speech about the lunatic, the lover, and the poet recognizes that imagination, whether mad, passionate, or creative, shapes reality as much as reason does. Shakespeare understands that human beings live not just in the world of facts, but in the world of possibilities, that what we imagine and dream is as important as what we experience directly. The theater becomes a place where these different realities can coexist, where audiences can experience multiple lives and perspectives within the span of a few hours. The histories explore questions of political legitimacy and moral authority that were particularly relevant to Elizabethan audiences living through their own dynastic uncertainties. Richard III charms and horrifies simultaneously, demonstrating how political skill and moral corruption can coexist in the same person. Henry V appears heroic on the battlefield, but morally ambiguous in his private calculations, forcing audiences to consider whether great leadership requires moral compromise. The tragedies push human experience to its limits, exploring what happens when noble characters encounter impossible choices or fatal flaws. Hamlet's delay in avenging his father reflects not cowardice, but the moral complexity of living in a corrupted world where action and inaction are equally problematic. Othello's jealousy destroys what it most values, while Lear's inability to distinguish between appearance and reality costs him everything he holds dear. But even in the darkest tragedies, Shakespeare finds moments of transcendent beauty and wisdom. Cordelia's forgiveness of Lear, Desdemona's faith in Othello even as he murders her, Edgar's patient care for his blinded father. These gestures of love and loyalty illuminate the darkness without denying its reality. Human beings may be doomed to suffer and die, but they are also capable of acts of love and sacrifice that give meaning to mortality. The Renaissance also witnesses the perfection of the sonnet, that most architectural of poetic forms, with its 14 lines arranged in patterns as precise as the mathematical proportions of a Renaissance building. In the hands of masters like Petrarch, Shakespeare, and others across Europe, the sonnet becomes a miniature universe where poets can explore the largest themes in the smallest compass. The form's constraints force compression and intensity, creating verbal diamonds formed under enormous pressure. Shakespeare's Sonnet 18, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" demonstrates the form's power to transform a simple compliment into a meditation on time, beauty, and the immortalizing power of art. The poem begins with a question that seems almost casual, but by the final couplet, the poet has made a claim that borders on blasphemy and, quote, that his words can grant a kind of immortality that nature cannot provide. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. The sonnet's tight structure forces poets to compress vast emotions into tiny spaces, creating pressure that can produce diamonds of meaning. Every word must earn its place, every image must work double duty, every line must advance both the poem's argument and its music. The result is a form that can contain multitudes, passion and philosophy, intimacy and universality, the momentary and the eternal all coexisting in 14 perfectly balanced lines. The Renaissance also marks a golden age of translation, as scholars work to make the treasures of ancient literature available in modern languages while creating new literary works in the process. These translations are not merely scholarly exercises, but creative works in their own right, as translators wrestle with the challenge of carrying meaning across the barriers of language, culture, and time. They must be simultaneously faithful to their originals and true to the genius of their own tongues, creating works that honor the past while speaking to the present. George Chapman's Homer brings the Greek epics into English with a vigor and music that will inspire poets from Keats to Joyce centuries later. His Iliad captures not just the narrative content of the original, but something of its heroic energy and tragic grandeur, demonstrating that translation at its best can be a form of resurrection, bringing dead voices back to life in new languages. When Chapman translates Homer's description of dawn as rosy-fingered, he creates a phrase that will become part of English poetry forever, showing how translation can enrich rather than impoverish the receiving language. John Florio's translation of Montaigne's essays introduces English readers to a new way of thinking about selfhood and experience, influencing writers from Shakespeare to Virginia Woolf. Florio must find English equivalents not just for Montaigne's words, but for his entire intellectual approach, his way of moving between personal anecdote and philosophical reflection, his particular blend of skepticism and curiosity. The result is a work that reads as naturally as if it had been composed in English, while retaining the distinctive voice and vision of its French original. The very act of translation embodies Renaissance values. The belief that wisdom can cross boundaries, that different cultures can learn from each other, that human experience, despite its variety, shares common elements that make communication across time and space not just possible but essential. Each successful translation proves that the Renaissance ideal of universal human dignity is not mere theory but lived reality, that consciousness can reach across every barrier to touch other consciousness. Though the Renaissance is often remembered as a male-dominated period, women writers also contribute significantly to its literary achievements, often working against considerable obstacles to make their voices heard. Louise Levy of Lyon writes sonnets that rival those of any male poet, exploring themes of love and desire with a frankness that shocks her contemporaries, while demonstrating that passion and intellectual sophistication are not incompatible. Her famous Sonnet 8, Je vis, je meurs, je me brûle et me noie, I live, I die, I burn and I drown, captures the contradictory nature of passion with images that burn themselves into memory. Levy's poetry demonstrates that women's experience of love and desire differs from men's in significant ways that deserve literary expression. Her speakers are active rather than passive, pursuing rather than merely inspiring love, articulating their own needs and desires rather than serving as silent muses for male creativity. This reversal of traditional gender roles in poetry creates new possibilities for understanding human relationships and emotional experience. Vittoria Colonna, friend of Michelangelo and one of the most respected poets of her time, uses the sonnet form to explore spiritual themes with a depth and sophistication that earns the admiration of the greatest male writers of her era. Her religious sonnets achieve a kind of mystical intensity that combines personal devotion with philosophical insight, showing that women's spiritual experience deserves the same serious literary treatment as their emotional and intellectual lives. Her work demonstrates that the Renaissance exploration of human experience includes women's perspectives, even when social conventions make it difficult for those perspectives to be heard. Marguerite de Navarre, sister of Francis I and author of the Heptameron, creates a collection of stories that explore women's experiences of love, marriage, and social constraint with unprecedented psychological realism. Her tales reveal the gap between social ideals and actual experience, showing how real women navigate the complex demands of desire, duty, and survival in a male-dominated world. The frame narrative, which shows men and women of different social classes telling stories to each other, becomes a space for exploring gender relations and power dynamics with remarkable sophistication. The literary achievements of the Renaissance are inseparable from the revolution in printing that makes books widely available for the first time in European history. Publishers like Aldus Manutius in Venice and Christopher Plantin in Antwerp become cultural forces in their own right, their aesthetic choices and editorial decisions shaping how literature reaches its audience. They create beautiful editions that make reading a pleasure for the eyes as well as the mind, understanding that the physical experience of reading influences how readers respond to literary content. The development of italic typefaces based on humanist handwriting makes books more compact and affordable while creating a visual style that embodies Renaissance values of elegance and accessibility. Publishers experiment with different formats, from large folio volumes suitable for scholarly study to small octavo editions that can be carried in a traveler's pocket. Each format creates different possibilities for how literature functions in readers' lives, from formal academic study to intimate personal engagement. Picture a merchant in Antwerp in 1570, returning from a business trip with a small volume of poetry tucked into his traveling bag. For the first time in history, he can carry an entire world of imagination with him wherever he goes, consulting it by candlelight in inn-rooms, sharing passages with fellow travelers, building a personal library that would have been the envy of medieval kings. The democratization of reading transforms not just individual lives, but the entire structure of European culture, creating new communities of readers who share literary experiences across geographical and social boundaries. The rise of vernacular literature creates new possibilities for national consciousness and cultural identity. When Camões writes the Lusíads, celebrating Portuguese exploration and empire, when Tasso creates Jerusalem delivered to glorify Italian military prowess, when Spenser composes the Fairy Queen to celebrate Elizabethan England, they demonstrate that local traditions and achievements deserve the same epic treatment that ancient poets gave to Greek and Roman heroes. Vernacular epic becomes a form of cultural self-assertion, proving that modern peoples can equal or exceed the achievements of antiquity. The development of prose fiction during this period creates new ways of exploring human psychology and social relationships. Works like Sidney's Arcadia, Nash's The Unfortunate Traveller, and Delony's Jack of Newbury experiment with different narrative techniques and subject matters, gradually developing the conventions that will culminate in the great novels of the following centuries. These early fictions demonstrate that ordinary people's lives contain as much drama and significance as the adventures of mythological heroes or historical figures. The pastoral tradition, revived and transformed by Renaissance writers, creates an imaginative space where complex social and psychological issues can be explored in apparently simple settings. Sidney's Arcadia uses the conventions of shepherds and shepherdesses to examine questions of political authority, moral choice, and romantic love with philosophical sophistication. The pastoral landscape becomes a kind of laboratory where writers can experiment with different ways of organizing human relationships free from the constraints of contemporary social reality. Renaissance travel literature opens European minds to the diversity of human cultures and the relativity of social customs. Writers like Richard Hakluyt collect accounts of voyages and explorations that reveal the existence of entire civilizations organized according to principles radically different from European norms. These accounts challenge assumptions about the universality of European values, while expanding the sense of human possibility and cultural achievement. The development of autobiography as a literary form reflects the Renaissance emphasis on individual experience and personal development, Cellini's boastful life creates a new kind of narrative that celebrates individual achievement and artistic personality, while Teresa of Avila's spiritual autobiography explores the interior journey of mystical experience with unprecedented psychological precision. These works demonstrate that individual lives, properly examined and artistically rendered, can illuminate universal patterns of human development and spiritual growth. Renaissance writers develop new forms of satire that combine classical models with contemporary concerns, creating works that entertain while providing serious social criticism. Rabelais's Gargantua and Pantagruel uses grotesque comedy and fantastic adventures to explore questions of education, religion, and political authority with a freedom that more serious forms would not permit. Erasmus's Praise of Folly employs ironic personification to expose human pretensions and social corruptions while maintaining the possibility of reform through reason and goodwill. The rise of essay collections beyond Montaigne's pioneering example creates new forms of intellectual discourse that combine personal reflection with cultural analysis. Writers like Francis Bacon in England develop the essay as a vehicle for practical wisdom and scientific observation, while others use the form to explore aesthetic, moral, and political questions from personal perspectives. The essay becomes a distinctively Renaissance genre that embodies the period's commitment to individual insight and experiential knowledge. Renaissance drama extends far beyond the achievements of the English theatre to encompass innovative theatrical forms across Europe. Italian Commedia dell'arte develops improvisational techniques that influence theatrical practice for centuries, while Spanish dramatists like Lope de Vega create thousands of plays that explore every aspect of contemporary social life. French classical drama, influenced by rediscovered Greek and Roman models, develops principles of unity and decorum that will dominate European theatre through the 18th century. The development of opera during the late Renaissance represents an entirely new art form that combines music, drama, poetry, and visual spectacle into unified works of unprecedented complexity and emotional power. Early operas like Monteverdi's Orfeo demonstrate that Renaissance artists can create forms of expression that exceed anything achieved by the ancients they so deeply admire. Opera becomes a characteristically Renaissance achievement, the integration of multiple art forms into something greater than the sum of its parts. As we close this chapter on the literary flowering of the Renaissance, let yourself imagine the sound of thousands of printing presses across Europe, each one multiplying human voices, carrying stories and poems and ideas to readers who hunger for beauty, for truth, for connection with other minds across the barriers of space and time. Picture scribes and translators working by candlelight, actors rehearsing in theater courtyards, poets walking in gardens while composing verses that will outlive empires. This is perhaps the Renaissance's greatest achievement, not any single work of art or literature, but the creation of a culture in which human creativity can flourish, in which individual voices can find expression, in which the conversation between past and present, between different nations and traditions, can continue forever. Every time someone writes a poem, stages a play, translates a text, or simply reads with attention and sympathy, they participate in the Renaissance revolution in human consciousness that makes art not a luxury, but a necessity, not an escape from life, but the fullest expression of what it means to be human. Feel yourself as part of this great conversation that began in Renaissance libraries and theaters and continues wherever human beings gather to share stories, explore ideas, and celebrate the infinite possibilities of consciousness expressed through language. The writers we have met on this journey, Montaigne examining his own thoughts, Shakespeare creating worlds from words, Cervantes exploring the relationship between dreams and reality, speak not just to their own times, but to every generation that discovers the power of literature to illuminate, console, challenge, and transform human understanding. As we enter the 17th century, the high noon of the Renaissance gradually gives way to a different kind of light, more complex, more dramatic, more aware of shadows than the confident illumination that characterized the earlier period. The religious wars that tear across Europe, the devastating 30 Years' War, the growing awareness of human cruelty and folly, all contribute to a subtle shift in sensibility that historians call the transition from Renaissance to Baroque. Yet this is not decline, but transformation, not the death of Renaissance ideals, but their evolution into new forms adapted to new circumstances. The optimistic humanism of the early Renaissance, with its faith in human perfectibility and rational progress, begins to yield to a more troubled, more psychologically complex understanding of what it means to be human. Artists, writers, and thinkers continue to celebrate human dignity and potential, but they do so with fuller awareness of human limitations and the tragic dimensions of existence. This deeper realism does not represent a betrayal of Renaissance values, but their maturation, their development into forms capable of encompassing the full complexity of human experience. Yet, the seeds planted during the Renaissance continue to grow, sometimes in directions their planters never imagined. The scientific method leads to discoveries that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations. The circulation of blood, the laws of planetary motion, the reality of microscopic life, the mathematical description of physical forces, the artistic techniques perfected by Leonardo and Michelangelo inspire new generations of painters who push the boundaries of expression even further into realms of psychological intensity and spiritual transcendence. In Rome, Michelangelo Merisi da Caravaggio creates paintings that combine Renaissance technical mastery with a new psychological realism that is almost shocking in its intensity. His religious scenes unfold in contemporary settings, with working-class models posing as saints and apostles, their faces lit by dramatic chiaroscuro that makes every emotion visible and every spiritual struggle immediate. The Calling of St. Matthew shows Christ summoning a tax collector from his worldly business, but the scene takes place in a Roman tavern where ordinary people experience the same divine call that transforms biblical figures. Caravaggio's revolution lies not just in his choice of models, but in his understanding that the sacred pervades the secular world, that divine grace operates through natural rather than supernatural means. His boy with a basket of fruit gazes out at the viewer with an expression of such complex melancholy that we seem to be looking directly into a human soul, while his Bacchus presents the god of wine as a flesh and blood youth whose divinity emerges from rather than transcends his humanity. The Baroque style that emerges in the later 16th and early 17th centuries represents the Renaissance taken to its logical extreme. Where Renaissance art sought balance and harmony, Baroque art embraces dynamism and drama. Where Renaissance architecture created spaces for contemplation, Baroque architecture creates spaces for emotional transport and mystical ecstasy. Yet these differences reflect not opposition but development, the same underlying values expressed with greater intensity and psychological sophistication. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, the master of Baroque sculpture, creates works that seem to capture motion in marble with even greater skill than Michelangelo's static perfection. His Apollo and Daphne shows the moment of transformation when the fleeing nymph begins to turn into a laurel tree, her fingers already sprouting leaves, her feet taking root in the earth beneath them. It is Renaissance technical virtuosity in service of pure emotional intensity. We can almost hear Daphne's cry of despair, almost feel Apollo's desperate reaching for beauty that dissolves even as he grasps it. Bernini's Ecstasy of Saint Teresa presents mystical experience as a kind of sublime theater, with the saint suspended between earth and heaven, while an angel prepares to pierce her heart with a golden arrow. The sculpture captures a moment of spiritual transport that is simultaneously religious and erotic, demonstrating the Baroque understanding that all human experiences, physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, are interconnected aspects of a single reality. The hidden window that illuminates the scene with natural light creates the illusion that divine radiance actually emanates from the marble figures, transforming sculpture into a kind of mystical vision. The great Baroque churches of Rome, Sant'Andrea al Quirinale, San Carlo alle Quattro Fontane, Il Gesù, use the mathematical principles of Renaissance architecture to create spaces that seem to pulse with spiritual energy. Light streams through hidden windows and painted ceilings that open onto infinite heavens populated with swirling angels and ascending saints. These are spaces designed not just for worship but for mystical transport, places where the boundary between earth and heaven becomes permeable and the faithful can experience foretastes of eternal bliss. The mathematical precision that underlies these emotionally overwhelming effects demonstrates the continued importance of Renaissance learning in Baroque art. Architects like Francesco Borromini use complex geometries to create buildings that seem to breathe and move, their walls curving and flowing in patterns that follow strict mathematical principles while producing effects of organic growth and supernatural animation. The fusion of scientific knowledge with artistic vision that characterized the Renaissance reaches its culmination in these spaces that use physical laws to create metaphysical experiences. Meanwhile, the scientific revolution initiated during the Renaissance continues to transform human understanding of the natural world in ways that exceed the wildest dreams of earlier generations. Galileo's successors push deeper into the cosmos and deeper into the microcosm, revealing wonders that no Renaissance philosopher could have imagined, while confirming the Renaissance faith that human reason can unlock the secrets of creation. Isaac Newton, working in the quiet of his study at Cambridge, discovers laws that govern everything from falling apples to orbiting planets, demonstrating that the same mathematical principles operate throughout the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy. His Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, represents the ultimate fulfillment of the Renaissance dream of unified knowledge based on reason, observation, and mathematical beauty. The universe reveals itself as a vast machine operating according to principles so elegant and precise that they suggest a creator who is not just powerful, but supremely rational and aesthetic. Yet Newton himself remains deeply spiritual, spending as much time studying biblical prophecy as physical laws, demonstrating the persistence of Renaissance integration between scientific and religious understanding. For him, as for many scientists of his era, the discovery of natural laws does not diminish God, but reveals the divine intelligence more clearly than any previous generation had been able to perceive. The clockwork universe becomes evidence of a divine clockmaker whose wisdom exceeds anything that purely human intelligence could devise. Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation provide the foundation for technological developments that will transform human civilization, improved navigation, more accurate astronomical prediction, better engineering of machines and structures. But more importantly, they demonstrate that the Renaissance confidence in human reason was not misplaced, that the mind capable of understanding such universal principles participates in something approaching divine intelligence. Anton van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch draper with a passion for grinding lenses, peers through his microscopes and discovers entire worlds of tiny creatures swimming in drops of water, revealing that the invisible realm contains as many wonders as the visible one. His letters to the Royal Society of London describe bacteria, protozoa, and spermatozoa with the wonder of a Renaissance natural philosopher encountering new continents of knowledge. Each observation confirms that reality is far more complex and beautiful than anyone had suspected, that every scale of existence is populated with intricate, purposeful life. The development of improved microscopes and telescopes extends human perception far beyond its natural limits, making visible both the infinitesimally small and the incredibly distant. These instruments represent the practical fulfillment of Renaissance dreams, tools that expand human capability, that make possible new forms of knowledge and understanding, that demonstrate the power of intelligence applied to practical problems. Each new lens, ground and polished by skilled craftsmen, opens new worlds for exploration and wonder. As we move into the 18th century, the Renaissance spirit evolves into what historians call the Enlightenment, but the connection is clear and direct. The humanist emphasis on reason, the scientific commitment to observation and experiment, the artistic celebration of human dignity, all provide the foundation for Enlightenment thought. The same values that inspired Renaissance artists and scholars now inspire political philosophers, educational reformers, and social critics who believe that human beings can create better societies through the application of reason and goodwill. Voltaire, champion of tolerance and reason, explicitly models himself on Renaissance humanists like Erasmus, using satirical techniques pioneered by Renaissance writers to expose human folly and promote rational reform. His Candide employs the same kind of ironic narration that Erasmus used in praise of folly, while his historical works attempt to understand the past through critical analysis rather than reverence for traditional authorities. When he writes, "We must cultivate our garden," he echoes the Renaissance belief that human beings can improve their condition through intelligence, effort, and cooperation rather than waiting for divine intervention or accepting traditional limitations. The great encyclopedia of Diderot and d'Alembert represents the ultimate Renaissance project, the attempt to gather all human knowledge in a single, systematically organized work that will make learning accessible to anyone with curiosity and literacy. Its articles on art, science, philosophy, and technology reflect the Renaissance conviction that all forms of knowledge are connected, that understanding the world requires both theoretical learning and practical skill, that wisdom should be shared rather than hoarded by elites. The encyclopedia's illustrations of craftsmen at work demonstrate the Enlightenment inheritance of Renaissance, respect for manual skill and technical knowledge. Detailed engravings show how everything from stockings to cannons is made, celebrating the intelligence that goes into practical production and the dignity of useful labor. This integration of intellectual and manual work, of theory and practice, continues the Renaissance tradition of honoring all forms of human creativity and skill. Perhaps the most important legacy of the Renaissance is its contribution to the development of democratic ideals that will eventually transform political systems across the world. The humanist emphasis on individual dignity, the Protestant insistence on personal relationship with the divine, the scientific demonstration that authority must yield to evidence, all contribute to a gradual erosion of traditional hierarchies and the development of new ideas about political legitimacy based on consent rather than hereditary right. When Thomas Jefferson writes in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal, he draws on Renaissance natural law theory as transmitted through Enlightenment philosophers like John Locke. The idea that political authority derives from the consent of the governed rather than from divine appointment or traditional custom has its roots in Renaissance humanism's elevation of human reason and dignity above all inherited authorities. The notion that individuals possess natural rights that no government can legitimately violate represents the political application of Renaissance beliefs about human worth and capability. The American Constitution, with its system of checks and balances, reflects the Renaissance understanding that human beings are capable of both nobility and corruption, that institutions must be designed to encourage the former while limiting the latter. James Madison's Federalist Papers show deep familiarity with classical political theory as recovered and interpreted by Renaissance scholars, while the constitutional structure itself attempts to balance different forms of authority in ways that prevent any single faction from accumulating dangerous power. 2.0. The French Revolution, despite its violence and ultimate failure to achieve stable democratic government, represents another attempt to apply Enlightenment principles derived from Renaissance thought to practical political problems. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen proclaims universal human dignity and equality in terms that would have been recognizable to Renaissance humanists, while the revolutionary emphasis on reason over tradition echoes the Renaissance challenge to medieval authority structures. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries might seem like a rebellion against Renaissance rationalism, but it actually represents another transformation of Renaissance ideals rather than their rejection. The Romantic emphasis on individual genius, on the importance of emotion and imagination, on the spiritual significance of natural beauty, all have deep roots in Renaissance thought, particularly in the works of artists like Leonardo, who combined scientific observation with aesthetic sensitivity and spiritual insight. William Blake, engraver and visionary poet, explicitly models his artistic practice on Renaissance masters like Michelangelo and Dürer, while developing a highly personal mythology that celebrates individual creativity and spiritual insight. His illuminated books combine text and image in ways that recall medieval manuscripts, but his content is thoroughly modern, a celebration of imagination over reason, of individual vision over social conformity, of spiritual insight over material success. Yet Blake's rebellion against Enlightenment rationalism grows from Renaissance roots. His belief in the importance of art, his confidence in individual capability, his integration of different creative modes. The 19th century witnesses multiple Renaissance revivals as artists, architects, and writers turn to the 15th and 16th centuries for inspiration in their own creative work. The pre-Raphaelite painters in England seek to recover what they see as the spiritual purity of early Renaissance art, creating works that combine medieval subject matter with Renaissance technical mastery and modern psychological insight. Gothic Revival architecture attempts to recapture the transcendent aspirations of medieval builders using the engineering knowledge accumulated since the Renaissance, while the arts and crafts movement tries to restore the integration of design and production that characterized Renaissance workshops. These revival movements demonstrate the continued relevance of Renaissance values, the belief that art should serve spiritual as well as aesthetic purposes, that beautiful objects can improve human life, that individual creativity deserves social support and recognition. Even when 19th century artists reject specific Renaissance styles or techniques, they often embrace underlying Renaissance principles about the importance of art in human life and the need to integrate beauty with meaning. The development of photography during the 19th century initially seems to threaten traditional visual arts by providing mechanical means of creating accurate images, but it actually extends Renaissance principles into new media. Photographers like Julia Margaret Cameron and Alfred Stieglitz demonstrate that mechanical reproduction can be as artistic as handmade painting or sculpture, that new technologies can serve expressive purposes rather than merely utilitarian ones. The camera becomes another tool for exploring human psychology and social relationships, continuing the Renaissance project of using technical innovations to expand possibilities for artistic expression. As we enter the 20th and 21st centuries, the Renaissance continues to inspire and inform human creativity in ways both obvious and subtle. The great museums of the world, the Louvre, the Uffizi, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the National Gallery, serve as temples where millions of pilgrims come to commune with Renaissance masterpieces, seeking in these works something that contemporary culture seems unable to provide. Each year, new generations of viewers stand before the Mona Lisa, David, or the Sistine Chapel ceiling and feel something spark in their souls, proof that great art transcends the limitations of its historical moment. Modern artists continue to wrestle with Renaissance techniques and themes, sometimes embracing them, sometimes rebelling against them, but always acknowledging their continuing relevance. Pablo Picasso studies Velázquez's Las Meninas obsessively, creating dozens of variations that explore how Renaissance pictorial space can be fractured and reassembled according to Cubist principles. Abstract expressionists like Mark Rothko create color-field paintings that pursue transcendence through purely visual means, continuing the Renaissance quest to make the invisible visible through art, while abandoning Renaissance methods of representation. The digital revolution of our own time has striking parallels to the printing revolution of the Renaissance. Just as Gutenberg's press democratized access to knowledge, the internet makes information and creative tools available to anyone with curiosity and ambition. Digital artists use software to create works that rival Renaissance masters in complexity and beauty, while online museums allow people anywhere in the world to study masterpieces in unprecedented detail. The same democratic impulse that led Renaissance humanists to write in vernacular languages now inspires creators to use new technologies to reach global audiences without traditional institutional gatekeepers. Social media platforms, despite their many problems, continue the Renaissance tradition of creating communities based on shared interests rather than geographical proximity. Artists, writers, scientists, and scholars can now collaborate across continents as easily as Renaissance humanists collaborated across Italian city-states, sharing ideas and inspiration at speeds that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. The global conversation that Renaissance thinkers dreamed of conducting in Latin now takes place in multiple languages simultaneously, translated instantly by machines that extend human capability in ways that fulfill Renaissance visions of technology serving human communication. Modern science continues to fulfill Renaissance dreams of understanding and controlling natural forces for human benefit. Medical advances have eliminated diseases that terrorized previous generations, extended human lifespan far beyond Renaissance expectations, and alleviated suffering in ways that would have seemed miraculous to even the most optimistic Renaissance visionaries. Space exploration has literally reached for the stars that Galileo first studied through his telescope, sending robotic ambassadors to every planet in the solar system and beyond, while also providing new perspectives on Earth that inspire environmental consciousness and global cooperation. Yet, the greatest Renaissance ideal, the integration of scientific knowledge with humanistic wisdom, remains elusive in our own time. We have gained tremendous power over nature, but have not always used it wisely, creating technologies that can destroy as well as create, that can isolate as well as connect, that can manipulate as well as inform. Environmental destruction, nuclear weapons, genetic manipulation, artificial intelligence, all represent the dark side of the Faustian bargain that Renaissance thinkers first imagined. The dangerous consequences of knowledge pursued without sufficient attention to moral wisdom. The challenge for our time is to recover the Renaissance balance between technical mastery and ethical understanding, between the pursuit of knowledge and the cultivation of character, between individual achievement and social responsibility. We need not just scientists and engineers, but scientist poets like Leonardo, engineer philosophers like the builders of Renaissance Florence, leaders who combine practical skills with transcendent vision and moral imagination. The Renaissance shows us that such integration is possible, that human beings can excel in multiple domains simultaneously when they are properly educated and culturally supported. Contemporary education, despite many innovations, often fails to achieve the Renaissance ideal of producing complete human beings capable of both analytical thinking and creative expression, both technical competence and ethical wisdom. The increasing specialization that characterizes modern knowledge, while necessary for advancing understanding in complex fields, sometimes produces experts who lack the broad cultural foundation that enabled Renaissance thinkers to make connections across different domains of experience. Recovering the Renaissance model of integrated learning remains one of the great challenges facing educational institutions in our own time. As our journey through Renaissance history draws to a close, it becomes clear that we are describing not just a historical period, but a permanent possibility of human consciousness, the Renaissance spirit that can be reborn in any age by individuals who choose to cultivate it. This spirit consists of certain attitudes and commitments that remain as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The belief in human dignity and potential, the commitment to learning and beauty, the integration of reason and imagination, the quest for truth through careful observation and honest inquiry. Every time someone learns to see the world with fresh eyes, they participate in the Renaissance. Every time someone creates beauty where none existed before, they join the company of Leonardo and Michelangelo. Every time someone stands up for human dignity and rational discourse against the forces of ignorance and hatred, they carry forward the humanist tradition. Every time someone integrates different forms of knowledge to solve human problems, they fulfill Renaissance dreams of unified understanding. The Renaissance teaches us that human beings are capable of extraordinary things when they dare to dream beyond the limitations of their time and place, when they refuse to accept that current conditions represent permanent constraints on human possibility. It shows us that individual creativity, when supported by community and culture, can produce works that endure for centuries and continue to inspire wonder in each new generation that encounters them. It reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge and beauty is not selfish indulgence, but sacred duty. We owe it to ourselves, to our ancestors, and to future generations to keep learning, keep creating, keep growing in wisdom and compassion. The Renaissance also teaches us about the importance of cultural continuity, the way that achievements in one generation provide the foundation for achievements in the next, that tradition and innovation need not be enemies, but can be creative partners in the ongoing human project of understanding and improving the world. Renaissance artists built on medieval foundations while creating something unprecedented. Renaissance scientists honored ancient authorities while correcting their errors. Renaissance writers drew on classical models while expressing distinctively modern insights. This balance between honoring the past and creating the future remains essential for cultural health in any period. Societies that lose connection with their cultural heritage become rootless and directionless, while societies that cannot adapt their traditions to new circumstances become stagnant and irrelevant. The Renaissance shows us how to maintain this delicate balance, how to be simultaneously conservative and revolutionary, how to preserve what is valuable from the past, while remaining open to unprecedented possibilities for the future. The Renaissance understanding of human nature, that we are capable of both nobility and folly, that we need both individual freedom and social responsibility, that we require both rational understanding and emotional satisfaction, remains as relevant today as it was 5 centuries ago. Modern psychology confirms many Renaissance insights about human motivation and behavior, while modern politics continues to struggle with the same questions about balancing individual rights with collective needs that occupied Renaissance political theorists. The Renaissance vision of the complete person, intellectually curious, artistically sensitive, ethically committed, practically competent, remains an ideal worth pursuing in our own time. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance demonstrates that periods of cultural flowering are not accidents but achievements. They result from the conscious choices of individuals and communities who decide to prioritize learning, beauty, and human dignity above mere material success or political power. The Italian city-states that nurtured Renaissance culture made deliberate decisions to support artists, scholars, and scientists, even when such support required significant financial sacrifice. Their example shows that cultural achievement requires not just individual genius, but social commitment to creating environments where genius can flourish. In our own time, when cultural institutions face budget cuts and artistic education is often considered expendable, the Renaissance reminds us that societies get the culture they choose to support. If we want our own age to be remembered for great achievements in art, literature, and science, we must make the same kinds of investments that Renaissance patrons made in their own time. Cultural flowering does not happen automatically. It requires conscious effort, generous support, and long-term commitment to values that transcend immediate practical concerns. The Renaissance also teaches us about the importance of cosmopolitan outlook, the ability to learn from other cultures while maintaining one's own distinctive identity. Renaissance humanists studied Greek and Roman antiquity not to become ancient Greeks and Romans, but to become better versions of their contemporary selves, enriched by contact with different ways of thinking and living. Similarly, Renaissance merchants and diplomats who traveled to distant lands brought back not just goods and information, but expanded perspectives that enriched European culture without destroying its essential character. This cosmopolitan spirit becomes even more important in our interconnected world, where global challenges require international cooperation and cultural exchange. The Renaissance shows us that learning from others need not mean losing ourselves, that cultural diversity can be a source of strength rather than conflict when approached with curiosity rather than fear, with respect rather than prejudice, with confidence rather than insecurity about our own traditions and values. The environmental challenges facing our world require the same kind of integrated thinking that characterized Renaissance approaches to knowledge and problem solving. Climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and resource depletion cannot be solved by any single discipline or approach, but require the synthesis of scientific understanding, technological innovation, economic analysis, political action, and ethical commitment that exemplifies Renaissance ideals of unified knowledge in service of human flourishing. The Renaissance vision of technology as an extension of human capability rather than a replacement for human judgment becomes especially relevant as we develop artificial intelligence and other powerful technologies. Renaissance inventors like Leonardo designed machines to amplify human abilities, to help people fly, see farther, build more efficiently, rather than to replace human thinking or creativity. Their approach suggests that the best technological development serves human purposes rather than pursuing technical advancement for its own sake. As artificial intelligence begins to demonstrate capabilities that seem to approach or exceed human performance in various domains, the Renaissance emphasis on what makes human beings unique becomes more rather than less important. Our capacity for ethical judgment, aesthetic appreciation, emotional empathy, spiritual insight, and creative synthesis may prove to be not just distinctively human, but essential for guiding technological development in directions that serve rather than threaten human flourishing. The global challenges of our time, pandemic disease, economic inequality, political polarization, technological disruption, all require the kind of leadership that combines practical competence with moral imagination, technical knowledge with humanistic wisdom, local expertise with global perspective. The Renaissance ideal of the complete person, equally versed in multiple domains of knowledge and committed to both individual excellence and social responsibility, provides a model for the kind of education and cultural development that our complex world demands. Yet, we must also acknowledge that the Renaissance, for all its achievements, had significant limitations and blind spots that we cannot ignore or romanticize. The period's celebration of individual genius often overlooked the contributions of women, common people, and non-European cultures. Its confidence in human reason sometimes led to overweening pride and destructive ambition. Its integration of spiritual and secular values was achieved partly by excluding or persecuting those who held different beliefs. Any attempt to apply Renaissance ideals to contemporary challenges must grapple honestly with these limitations, while preserving what remains valuable and inspiring from the period's achievements. The Renaissance commitment to human dignity, for example, was often limited to certain groups and classes, but the principle itself contains the seeds of its own expansion to include all human beings, regardless of gender, race, class, or cultural background. The Renaissance development of critical thinking and empirical investigation provides tools for correcting the biases and prejudices that limited the period's own application of its highest ideals. We can honor Renaissance achievements while learning from Renaissance failures, preserving what serves universal human flourishing while abandoning what served only particular interests or perspectives. The Renaissance, understanding that cultural achievement requires both individual excellence and social support, remains as relevant today as it was 5 centuries ago, but it must be expanded to include support for voices and perspectives that were marginalized or silenced in earlier periods. A truly contemporary Renaissance would need to be more inclusive, more diverse, more aware of power dynamics and structural inequalities than its historical predecessor, while maintaining the same commitment to beauty, truth, learning, and human dignity that made the original Renaissance such a transformative period in human history. As we prepare to close this extended meditation on Renaissance history and its contemporary relevance, take a moment to reflect on how the Renaissance spirit might manifest in your own life and time. What would it mean to approach your work, your relationships, your community involvement with Renaissance ideals of excellence, curiosity, and service? How might you contribute to creating the kind of cultural environment that supports learning, beauty, and human flourishing for future generations? The Renaissance began with individuals who made personal choices, Petrarch deciding to write letters to ancient authors, Brunelleschi studying Roman ruins to understand architectural principles, Gutenberg experimenting with movable type, Columbus sailing west in search of new routes to Asia. These individual choices, when supported by communities that valued learning and achievement, eventually transformed European civilization and, through European influence, the entire world. Your own choices, however modest they may seem, participate in the same ongoing process of cultural creation and transformation that defines human history. Every time you choose to learn something new rather than remaining comfortable with existing knowledge, every time you create something beautiful rather than settling for the merely functional, every time you treat another person with dignity and respect rather than indifference or hostility, you contribute to the renaissance that is always beginning, always possible, always needed. The Renaissance is not just something that happened in the past, but something that can happen whenever human beings choose to honor the best possibilities of consciousness, creativity, and community.